Well, a victory July 29th for me will means everything for me and my career to date. Being that a lot of people doubt me, and that's when I rise to the occasion. When I got all the odds stacked against me. Errol's a tremendous fighter. Like I told everybody before, I'm a fan, but it's just business. I know I can beat him. I feel I can beat him. I see myself beating him. I visualized it numerous and numerous times before fighting Sean Porter. I told him, I said, listen, they only want to gauge me for Errol. I knew this time would be here, and I'm ready, more than ready. Undisputed welterweight champion of the world. All I'm going to say is I told you so. That's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, welcome to another episode of Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. I'm so excited to be here tonight. Those were the words of Terrence Crawford. You all heard it. We're going to roll the tape on that piece of audio again momentarily in this segment. That was from the New York City press conference that literally just took place yesterday. Yes, I think it was yesterday. If it wasn't yesterday, I think it was the day before yesterday. It wasn't yesterday, it was Wednesday, day before yesterday. So we're going to roll the tape back on that again. I'm just waiting for more people to start coming on in. You don't have to ring the doorbell. You don't have to dust your feet off. You don't have to do none of that. All you got to do is walk right on into the live because you are welcome. The door's unlocked for you. You are a part of a boxing family, so come on in, have a seat, enjoy yourself. We're going to have a great show tonight. We're going to talk some business of boxing, of course. We're going to talk about the sport of boxing. We're going to do a recap. All of us, we're going to do a recap of that press conference as the viewership is increasing exponentially. Come on in, come on in, come on in. I'm so excited, y'all. I mean, I look forward to the podcast that I do with you all. I look forward to publishing content throughout the week. I look forward to reading the comments in the comments sections. I look forward to the feedback, whether it is favorable to me or not. I look forward to it. I look forward to engaging with each and every last one of you who find it not robbery to participate in the chat. So come on in. I see you coming on in. Come on in. We are about to do our town watch check-in shortly, but I want to make sure that we don't leave anyone out. So come on in. You're just joining us live. Come on and have a seat. You know we are part of a boxing family. Come on and have a seat so we can talk some boxing this evening. So we can talk some business, not business. Business. Y'all know what I do when I talk about business. Business of boxing. Come on in. We are live in living color. You are welcome here on another episode of Roll the Tape Podcast with Manager Marty. I want to welcome you tonight if this is the first time that you are viewing this podcast. And I have this strange feeling, y'all, that somebody, even if not now, but definitely somewhere within the time frame before we leave this broadcast, that is going to be somebody's first time interacting with us on this podcast. Someone's first time that's going to be a part of the panel tonight. Unscripted, by the way. Someone's first time viewing us live in living color tonight. So I want to welcome you. If this is your first time joining this broadcast, joining this channel in general, joining this podcast, I'm telling y'all from the bottom of my heart, you're welcome. If you are a detractor, if you are a hater, if you are a spy, if you were sent over here by someone else to critique me, if you're one of the people that criticize me, I want to tell you something. I welcome you. Y'all know I love all kind of feedback. I welcome all of you. Does not matter if we agree or disagree, because this is why we do our Town Watch check-ins. Let me stop right now because there are people acknowledging me in the chat. I see you, and I'm going to acknowledge you back right now. Not only do I welcome you, but I salute you. Thank each and every one of you that is acknowledging me in the live chat. I see you. You all are a part of the Roll the Tape Film crew members. So I welcome you. I salute you. I'm excited about this podcast tonight. Man, I see people all in the chat. Names that I haven't even seen before is in the chat. I'm telling y'all, we're going to have a fire broadcast tonight. If you're just joining us live, or if you are watching this podcast on the replay version, please feel free to engage, give us some feedback in the comment section below. I love feedback. I'm excited about boxing. I'm excited about the business, not business, y'all. Business of boxing. I'm excited about this fight. We can talk about it tonight. We're going to talk about it all right here in living color on the Roller Tape Podcast with Manager Marty. Before we get to our Town Watch check-in, though, let me check in with you all. How are you all doing this week? You know, tonight is Friday. This is Father's Day weekend now. Let us not forget that, all right? Father's Day weekend. But how are you all doing this week? Come on, engage with me in the live chat. You know I love feedback, and I'm sure you equally love human interaction. So this communication will be reciprocal, as it always is, right? When we meet up on the podcast twice a week. Someone did say something, and I want to acknowledge it. Dungeon Talk with Doom says these words: I always learn something new when I get a chance to watch the live. Oh, Dungeon Talk with Doom, I want to tell you, I appreciate that. You know, because that's one of the main reasons why, if many of you are not aware of this, if you are new to the channel, new to the podcast, I always say this and I'm going to say it again. Thank you, Dungeon Talk with Doom. I appreciate that again. If one person, it only takes one, y'all. If one person learns at least, at minimum, one thing about the sport of boxing and or about the business of boxing when encountering my channel and or live podcast, I want to tell you I'm satisfied. It only takes one. This is what I do this for. I do it for y'all. I do it for all of you watching live for whatever reason. I do it for each and every one of you watching the replay of this live. I do it for those who criticize me, who throw shots at me, who say some detestable things about me. It doesn't matter. It's not important. What's important is if you experience two things when you engage on this channel, and that is the two E's: education and entertainment. Y'all know what this is about. We're going to have a great show tonight. I'm excited to see the viewership. I know that right now, when the viewership is slowly increasing, it's because naturally I'm possibly in competition with YouTube's algorithm and or another group of content creators who might be publishing at the same time as me live. And that is okay. Because guess what? You're here. You here tonight. You are here tonight. And that's all that matters. So let me start this broadcast off because I see that we're comfortable now. More people are going to start joining us later on, but we got to get the show moving. Happy Father's Day to each and every father watching me live and watching the replay of this live. If you are a father, happy Father's Day. All right? Now remember, father is not just restricted to biological. All right? I want to share that. All right? If you are a father figure, happy Father's Day. If you are a stepfather, happy Father's Day. If you are a surrogate father, happy Father's Day. If you are a godfather, happy Father's Day. If you are a biological father, happy Father's Day. If you are a grandfather, happy Father's Day. All right? That's from Manager Marty to all of the fathers that's watching this live or watching the replay of this live. Whether we agree or disagree, it's not important. What's important is that every father is acknowledged. And I have to condense that to every good father. I have to. It's important. Every good father. That's even more important, right? Happy Father's Day, y'all. Now, y'all know how I run my podcast. It is no secret. But once again, we may have people that's new joining us live or joining us on the replay of the live or even participating in the chat and don't know how I run the podcast. So this is how I do it, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew. I organize the podcast live in living color, unscripted, by the way, the same way that restaurants do. You know when you go into a restaurant, right? You have your bread and water first. Then you have your appetizer. Then you have your entree. And if there's room left, dessert comes last. That's how we do the podcast here, right? So what we do in our bread and water segment here, we do what I like to call Town Watch check-in. And what that means is this. I'm going to just simplify it. People in the chat they already know how I go. But Town Watch check-in is very simple. Of course, we all represent different parts of the world. We come from all different backgrounds and walk of life. We may have similar or different experiences in life. We may agree on some things, and we may disagree on some things. But the reason why I do the Town Watch check-in, though, is even with all of those elements involved, we share at least one thing in common, and that is our love for the sport of boxing. So our Town Watch check-in is a testament that this channel is all inclusive. All right? And the way that we acknowledge that is through our Town Watch check-in. Our Town Watch check-in is very simple. If you're watching a replay of this live, you can still participate in it by using the comments section, right? So I started off and then the chat follows behind me. And how we do it is this. We identify and recognize in the chat, live and living color, where we are from and or where we are located now, geographically speaking, right? And what I will do in exchange for you inserting where you from, or where you were born at, and or what location you represent now, currently, I am going to publicly acknowledge it. Fair enough? So this is what we call our Town Watch check-in, and everyone is open to participate. So I'm going to start it off. Y'all already know how it goes. Please feel free to participate, all right? This is how we show that everyone is included on this channel, irregardless of whether we agree and or disagree. All right? Cool. I'm representing DFW by way of the state of Texas. Y'all know where my heart is at. Arlington, to be exact, in the area of Mansfield, Tarrant County, if you really want me to be even more specific. However, I can't represent the DFW without representing my hometown, Philadelphia. And I'm not talking about the state of Mississippi, y'all. I'm talking about the state of Pennsylvania. So I'm representing Philly, and Philly is in the house. Now it's on you. It does not matter what city, what state, what island and or country you want to represent. Drop it in the chat. I'm going to publicly acknowledge it, and everybody else can follow up. All right, y'all ready? Y'all already know how we do it here. ATL is in the building. I see you. ATL in the house. Up. Now we went from south. Then we coming up on the East Coast. Harlem, USA. New York in the building. Washington, D.C. is with us tonight. Born in St. Paul, Minnesota, but now living in North Carolina in the building. Who else we got in here? Let's check on in. Let's check on in. Florida in the building. Who else we got in here? Mobile in the house. I said Texas, but I said DFW. But I got somebody in the chat representing Houston. H-Town is in the building. Tulsa, Oklahoma is in the building. Who else we got in the house? Oh, this don't stop. This don't stop because people from America usually check in. No, we got people all around the world that check in. I just want y'all to know Toronto is in the building also tonight. OKC in the building. Who else we got? Oh my gosh, y'all know I stop my show for my guy when I see him. Mike Harrison in the building, representing Maryville, Indiana. Salute to you, Mike, I see you. Barcelona, Harlem in the building. Let's go. Who else we got? Let's check on in. We got to check on in. West Baltimore, Poplar Grove is in the building. Baltimore, Maryland is in the building. South Kakalaki is in the building. Man, y'all already know. I said New York earlier. But y'all know Bed-Stuy's in the building, right? Y'all know Bed-Stuy's in the house. Bedford-Stuy's, New York City is in the building. Come on now, let's check on in. I know there's more. I know there's more. Because, you know, this how I know it's more. This how I know. Because the viewership, y'all know what I'm going to say, right? Y'all know what I'm going to say, right? Is what? Increasing what? Somebody in the chat, tell me what my next word always is. Is increasing exponentially. I see you. Oh, the chat was moving so fast they thought I didn't peep that. Rochester, New York is in the building. I did a lot of business in Rochester, New York. Got a lot of love for people. I got friends out there in Rochester, New York. Did a lot of business out there. So salute to Rochester, New York. Toledo, Ohio. Stand up 419 in the building tonight. Who else we got in here? Let's check in. Let's check in. Let's check in. Houston is in the building. Let's check in. Dallas, Texas is also in the building. Cincinnati is here. Come on, let's check on in. My God, Mr. AMG, ain't seen him since what? Tuesday? I think he was here. Charleston, South Carolina in the building. Woo! Y'all felt that wind blowing? Did y'all feel the wind blowing? Y'all didn't feel the wind blowing? I did. Wanna know why? Because when I saw this city in the chat, it just sounded like the wind was blowing. Yeah, I'm talking about the Windy City. Come on, y'all know Chi-Town in the building. Chicago is here with us tonight. Who else we got in here? Let's check in. Let's check in. Let's check in. We done went south, north. We done went east. I'm waiting for. I seen it. I knew. Look. You know I was gonna say west next, right? Richmond, California is in the building tonight. Who else we got in here? Come on now. Come on now. Alabama. My homies from Bama in the building. Bama in the house. Cincinnati all over again is here. Hold on, Ed Starkey. Every time I see your name and you put my city in the chat, I just get excited, man. Philly is in the building. Hey, Ed, what part of Philly you from, Ed? What part of Philly you from, Ed Starkey? Ed Starkey in the chat. What part of Philly you from? Come on, y'all. Listen. The viewership is increasing. Don't stop checking in. Alabama in the building. I see you. Come on. Check on in. Hey, Ed, tell us what part of Philly you from, bro. Come on, y'all. Let's check on in. Check in. Let's check in. Okay. Northwest, southwest, south side. Representing Southwest in the building. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Hey, Ed. I used to travel through Southwest when I was a teenager. Long time ago. Long time ago, man. I was talking to this girl. This when I was like, I don't know, 14. I don't know. H-Town in the building. And I was jumping on the trolley, the 11 trolley. Hey, Ed, you know that 11 trolley, right, Ed? Yes, sir. I think that's the 11 trolley. Go straight up Woodland Avenue. Oh, somebody else from Philly in here. Susquehanna Street in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Southern Indiana is in the building. H-Town is here. Let's go. Listen, we almost done. Can I get one more? Hey, Faithius. What's up, Faithius? I saw your comment, right, in one of the videos I published recently, and you missed it. I don't know what video it was, Faithius, but you missed it. I hope you got a chance to check it out. I think it was I think it was the special edition live that I did on Wednesday. I'm not exactly sure, Faithius. Miami, Florida is in the building. Yes, indeed. Come on in. Salute to everybody in the chat. North Kakalaki is here with us tonight. Man, we got everybody here, as always, right? Oh, yeah, Faithius. Man, I did a special edition live on Wednesday night. Oh, my goodness. That thing got about 9,200 9,200 and something views on it. Yeah, New York City in the building. I see you. Yeah, go look for it. I ain't gonna say his name right now because this is about the Town Watch check-in, Faithius. But just go on the content. Don't do it now because I don't want you to miss this broadcast. All right. But when you get some time this weekend, go in. The other content creators' face is all in the thumbnail. So go check that out. That was one of my best videos this week. Oh, that live was on point. You hear me? Oh, yes. Yes, it was. Faithius. Indeed. Let's go. One more. The viewership is just increasing, y'all, exponentially. One more before we move on. In our Town Watch check-in, do we have one more? I only need one. Oh, you did watch it, Faithius? All right, my man. Got you. One more. Do we have one more that want to acknowledge their city, state, island, and or country that they were born and raised in or where they're located now? We want to acknowledge you. Come on and check on in. One more. We got room for one more. We had it. Tampa, Florida in the building. West Baltimore in the building. Salute. We got it. We don't do a quote on here, but I just love when we all come together. You see how we all come together? It does not matter if we agree or disagree. The reason why we do this Town Watch check-in is so that the viewers watching live and even the replay of this live will understand that this channel is all inclusive. East Baltimore in the building, I see you. Trinidad and Tobago in the building. Come on in. All right, we welcome everybody. Everybody's welcome. Everybody is welcome. The new audience that's just joining us live and in living color, I welcome you. This is another episode of Roll the Tape Podcast with Manager Marty. I'm glad to see all of you. I really am. I get excited when it's time to do these lives. I be hyped, y'all. Y'all don't even know. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, a victory July 29th for me will means everything for me and my career to date. Being that a lot of people doubt me, and that's when I rise to the occasion. When I got all the odds stacked against me. Errol's a tremendous fighter. Like I told everybody before, I'm a fan.
Hey, can y'all hear that? Let's do a check. Let's do an audio check. Y'all know I rap. Most of y'all do anyway. And when I'm in the studio sometime, right? I haven't been in the studio in a minute. I'll be in there soon though. But when I'm in the studio, I'll be asking the engineer, yo, mic check. Mic check 1, 2. Can we get a mic check here? Can everybody hear that audio I just played briefly? Listen, y'all, the people in the chat is encouraging you all, and I'm going to echo their sentiments. Please, I would appreciate it if you just hit the like button. You can do that right now. We have hundreds and hundreds of people watching this live right now as I'm talking to you. Hundreds of people that's joining in, that's tuned in live right now in living color. Can everyone hit the like button? And listen, this is not mandatory that you hit the like button, but it is appreciative. You know what happens when you hit the like button? What it does is it shows YouTube's algorithm that what you're experiencing is entertainment worthy. And that's how they push out the content. Now, the purpose of me wanting the content to be pushed out is so that the education of the business and sport of boxing can reverberate all around the world. All right? So 2 people in the chat said that they heard the audio. Can I get a mic check? Did anyone else hear the audio that I just played? I just want to make sure that when we air fry on this, that we all on the same page. Can I get one more? Somebody just acknowledge if you heard it. If you didn't hear it, I'll make sure I make some adjustments. Did anyone hear it? I got 2 people in the chat that said yes. I don't know if people not responding because y'all hitting that like button. But all right, 2 more people said they heard it. Good. Good, good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Before I continue, let me do this. Big Noble Royalty, thank you so much for your contribution to the channel. Thank you for your support. I really, really appreciate it, man. Thank you so very much. Big Noble Royalty says, from your live podcast, I learned that the successful people in life are good at making adjustments. So I'm constantly making adjustments to become better. Oh my gosh, Big Noble Royalty. You just blessed my heart right there, brother. You just blessed my soul with that one, man. See, you never know, y'all, right? Y'all know I give spiritual principles out on my live podcast, right? You never know how much or how little your words can impact somebody else. And you know I'm very genuine when I speak, right? And so I know that I always talk about making adjustments in life. And so for those words to hit home the way it did for Big Noble Royalty, for you to become better and make adjustments, Big Noble, I salute you. Brother, I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, I salute you, man. And I appreciate your support on this channel. And I appreciate your contribution. And I appreciate your encouraging words, because what is encouraging me to do is continue to stay motivated to continue to do what I know I'm called to do, man. Thank you so much. And if you are a father, Big Noble, Happy Father's Day. I really appreciate that. Just made my night, y'all. Y'all don't even know. If there's a father anywhere watching us live, right? Or the replay of this live, we know this is Father's Day weekend. I want to say happy Father's Day from Manager Marty, from the Roll the Tape podcast. Happy Father's Day to each and every one of you. You might continue to hear me say happy Father's Day throughout this segment, and I will not apologize about it because I am very passionate about fatherhood. All right. But with that being said, though, everybody confirmed, or most of you have confirmed, as the viewership is increasing exponentially. Yeah, Lucky, and Creole. I know that we got some trolls in here. I know I got some lurkers in here. I know I have detractors here. I know I have spies here. I already know that. And I love it. Because you know what I love the most? Is that when the trolls and the spies and the lurkers and the detractors, when they walk away, they can't never say, I ain't learned nothing from Manager Marty. They can't never say, Manager Marty lied. They can't never say, Manager Marty be capping. Now, they do be saying that, but I'm talking about in pure honesty. They can't say that. So I'm glad that they're here. Come on in. I love it when you come. Because you know what we do here, right? We don't just produce entertainment, education. We don't produce just education. We produce entertainment here, right? All right. Right. Hey, Faithius, I see you. 50-50 custody. I see you. I see you. You've been fighting for that more times for years. I see you. Best Father's Day present ever. I see you in the chat. Happy Father's Day. Hey, Faithius, if you only knew my story, been there. I've been where you at. If you only knew my story. Yeah. If you only knew my story, I'm going to talk a little bit about it. Not tonight, though. I'll share details on that a little bit later, all right? Let me roll the tape back again on what y'all just heard Terrence Ball Crawford say. Congratulations too, by the way, Faithius, all right? So as you know, Mr. Vegas, what's up? What's up, Mr. Vegas? Salute. So as you know, right, we're gonna break down the recap of the press conference that happened on Wednesday in New York City, and we're gonna break that thing down like an old rifle. But I wanted to start by air frying on what Terrence Bud Crawford said, right? We're gonna get to it. I'm gonna replay it. And I was actually surprised by something that Crawford said. Yeah, I was surprised. Totally surprised. Totally surprised. But you know what? I'm doing way too much talking. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Well, a victory July 29th for me will means everything for me and my career to date. Being that a lot of people doubt me, and that's when I rise to the occasion. When I got all the odds stacked against me. Errol's a tremendous fighter. Like I told everybody before, I'm a fan.
Did y'all hear that? You know I got to show my face off for that one. Did everybody hear that? Did y'all hear what that man just said? That was Terrence Crawford's words. That was his voice. That wasn't Manager Marty trying to disguise my voice. Cause you know that might be the next lie that some fans going to say. Cause y'all didn't see my face when I rolled the tape, right? Jay Cooley, thank you for always supporting this channel and making contributions, man. Appreciate you so much, Jay Cooley. Happy Father's Day too, Jay Cooley. Jay Cooley says, Arkansas raised me, but Omaha pays me, and we rolling his ASS up July 29th, Bud Pack. Those were the words of my guy, Jay Cooley. Salute. Thank you so much for your contribution and your support, as always, to the channel. So everybody heard what Bud Crawford just said, right? Did y'all hear that? I just want to make sure we all on the same page. Did y'all hear what the man just said? Do I need to roll the tape again for the people in the back? I'm good to see you. Really glad to see y'all tonight. Do I need to roll the tape again for the people in the back? Because I will. I'll roll the tape again. If I have, yeah, I think I do. I think I need to roll the tape just one more time because the air fryer is slowly heating up. Because I see the viewership. That's what make the air fryer warm up so fast. Is when I see the viewership increasing exponentially. All right, everybody, listen. Don't take my word for it. Look at the people in the chat. The live chat is telling me my famous 3 words. Roll the tape. That's what they're telling me to do. And that's exactly what I'm about to do. Now, I know that you've heard this days ago. I know that. But see, we got people that be forgetting stuff sometimes. And so I do it as a quick reminder so that when I roll the tape, we all can be on the same page.
Well, a victory July 29th for me will mean everything for me and my career to date. Being that a lot of people doubt me, and that's when I rise to the occasion. When I got all the odds stacked against me. Errol's a tremendous fighter. Like I told everybody before, I'm a fan.
Did y'all hear that? He said, like I told everybody before, I'm a fan. That's what Bud Crawford said. I didn't say it. He said it. He said, like I told everybody before. Now, I've never heard him say it before. Y'all might have heard him say it before. I didn't hear him say it before. But he said, like he told everybody before, he's a fan. That's what Terrence Bud Crawford said. He says, I'm a fan. That's what he said. He said he a fan. I got you. Somebody's asking for a wrench. When this live broadcast is over, I promise you, I'm gonna send you a wrench. All right, I got you. So that was Terrence Bud Crawford, right? That was my first time hearing it, me personally. But he said like he told everybody before. That's Crawford said that. He said, I'm a fan. That's what he said. And shortly, just shortly, just shortly, okay, what we about to do here, shortly, not now, because I see the viewership is spiking up. And every time the viewership spike up, what begins to happen is the air fryer just heats up. And so shortly, we're going to dive into a designated special segment for Terrence Bud Crawford fans. I call it Nip It in the Bud. We're already on episode number 7. And I'm going to create an entire playlist so that moving forward, when you just want to go click on just the segments of Nip It in the Bud, you'll have it at your disposal or for your viewership when you click on each episode. right? Now, let me tell my new viewers, because I know we have viewers that's watching all around the world for the first time. I already know. And we have some constant viewers. And I call you all, those that support the channel, those that engage in the chat, those that support the channel and contribute to the channel, those that support Manager Marty through the comment section and the encouraging words. I call you all. Oh, and I can't forget my subscribers, of course. The Roll the Tape Film Crew members. So I know we have people all over that come to the channel. So let me tell you, if you don't know what Nip It in the Bud is. All right. Ed Starkey, my guy that's from Philly, right? I see you in the chat. Now let me tell you what I did already, Ed. I already did what you're asking me to do, Ed. I did that already, Ed. On Wednesday night, I did a special live, a special edition, by the way, on what you just said in the chat. Yes, I did. Oh, yes, I did. You were asking me to check Blue Blood for all that flipping he was doing when Spence checked him, right? Got it. I did that Wednesday night, Ed. But what I encourage you to do, Ed, when this live broadcast goes off, if you have time tonight or even throughout the duration of the weekend, maybe tomorrow, Ed, feel free to go on the channel, right? Look at where it says 2 days ago or 1 day ago, whatever that is, and you'll click on it. And there was a whole live I did talking about what you're asking me to do. I got you. You know I'm coming. You know me and Jamarty gonna come through. And you already know, Ed, you know I keep it all the way 100. Philly style. So when you check that out, I'm sure you're gonna like it. So this is what I do for the Nip It in the Bud segments. I created this segment. Let me let y'all see my face. I created a segment that I designate for every live podcast that I'm going to do, all the way up until the actual fight between Spence and Crawford. It's a whole segment where I give Terrence Bud Crawford fans an opportunity to join me live in living color, unscripted, to be able to speak their piece, to be able to ask me questions directly, to be able to make any comments that they want to make in support of Terrence Bud Crawford. Now, the origin of that started because for the last 7 months that I've been on YouTube, on the content that I have published about Terrence Bud Crawford, I have been receiving some distasteful and unfavorable responses from Terrence Bud Crawford fans. And so this is my way of making a contribution back to the Terrence Bud Crawford fans that make those comments in the chat, in the comment section, on other people's platform when they're interviewing me or if I'm on their panel, to come on to the live stream and speak their piece. And then guess what I'm going to do in exchange? I'm going to ask them questions because I want everybody to be a part of the experience of what's about to take place if they fight on July the 29th. And so everybody have their own perspective, and I make sure that I give everybody an opportunity to express those perspectives, whether we agree or disagree. All right? I just want everybody to know that's the Nip It in the Bud segment. Y'all just heard Terrence Bud Crawford say what he just said. So I want to hear how you all feel about what you heard. Now, there's a guy in the chat. His name is Gregory. He supports this channel. He has contributed to this channel. We respect him on this channel. We appreciate his wisdom and knowledge that he provides on this channel. And we appreciate him providing his perspective on this channel. And yes, he is a Terrence Bud Crawford fan. But the great thing about Mr. Gregory is that he is one of probably the rare or only Terrence Bart Crawford fan that I've encountered since I've been on YouTube that keeps it 100 and call it spade a spade even when it's not favorable towards Crawford. But he does believe Crawford's going to win this fight, and he does believe that it was Spence's team's fault that delayed the fight. And so I just wanted to acknowledge him because I see his name right now as we speak in the chat. And I am going to allow him an opportunity to come on if he wants, but not first, because I want to give other Terrence Bart Crawford fans an opportunity to come on up. Okay? And so with that being said, y'all know what I'm about to do. I'm about to fly the kite. I'm about to fly the kite. You know what I mean when I say I'm about to fly the kite, right? Yeah. I'm about to y'all know what I'm about to do. Yeah, I'm pasting it now as I'm talking to y'all. Bam, it's there. Y'all see it? When I say I'm about to fly the kite, I'm shooting the link in the chat. That's what I'm doing. And it's right there now. And I'm about to pin it to the top. You know I'm dropping the link. Yeah, I'm dropping the link. Y'all already know how we do. Let's get it all out the way now, since we're all here. Yep. So I'm about to pin it to the top of the chat, calling for 2 or 3, but 2 lucky contestants. The only qualification is that you are a Terrence Bart Crawford fan. Come on up. Link is in the chat. Come on through. Don't let Mr. Gregory have to call y'all out again and tell y'all to come on. Don't have him have to do that. We're waiting for you. Come on in. And the link is definitely pinned to the top of the chat. So this is the piece of the segment for Terrence Bart Crawford fans to come click right on in. Let's have a dialogue. Okay? Salute to everyone in the chat. I welcome each and every one of you. If you're just joining the live or if you're joining the replay of the live, we are on the segment that's called Nip It in the Bud, where 2 or 3, you don't have to be at the same time now, 2 or 3 Terrence Bart Crawford fans, come on up. Live and living color. Live and living color, unscripted, y'all. This is always unscripted. This is not pre-rehearsed. They don't know what questions I'm going to ask them. I don't even be knowing some of the questions I'm going to ask them before I get on this segment. But Terrence Bart Crawford fans, come on up. It only takes about 2 of you. Just come on through. Link is pinned to the top of the chat. You can come on here and speak your piece. Let's have a healthy dialogue as fans of the sports of boxing. Okay? Now, we heard what Crawford said when he said that he was a fan of Errol Spence. We heard that. And so we want to discuss that. We want to see if we can interpret what he means by that. I do want Terrence Bart Crawford fans to come up because we need answers. And I'm sure that you need answers. Salute to Jackie in the chat. I see you. So come on up. Link is pinned to the chat. And it's pinned to the top of the chat too. So as soon as you go to the chat, you'll see the link right there at the top. You don't even have to go and search for it. It's right there. Bang. As soon as you click it, you'll be live right here. You know what's interesting to me? I got to take my glasses off when I say this. that I've been hearing a lot of criticisms from Terrence Bud Crawford fans. I say this every week, y'all. I know some of y'all might be tired of me saying this, right? Every week that I publish content, Terrence Bud Crawford fans have been grinding me up, throwing shots at me, all kind of stuff. I done showed y'all in my notes some of the unfavorable things and the distasteful things that they have said about me. Not all of Terrence Bud Crawford fans, but majority of them. And you know, I figure, hey, why not give people a platform to be able to speak their piece? And we've had people come on the panel, y'all. Y'all know this to be true, that have called me a hater right here on the panel, live in living color, unscripted. And I asked them, how am I a Bud hater? How am I hating on Crawford? Just tell me how. And so even if you feel like that, or even if you think or believe or perceive that because my content has Crawford's name in it, that I have something against the guy or whatever the case, just come on up and speak your piece. You ain't got to hide behind the phone and be comment section. You can come right over here. I'm giving you a platform. Just come on up. Link in the chat. I mean, I ain't gonna beg you or chase you. Y'all know I'm not gonna do that. But it's there. And we're waiting because we need answers. And speaking of we need answers, my guy, Mr. Vegas, thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Mr. Vegas says, Bud Pack, we need answers. Yes, this is your segment. Thank you again, Mr. Vegas. Appreciate you. Salute. Happy Father's Day to you as well, if you are a father. So come on up, Bud Crawford fans. Come on up. Here's the thing, Omega Red. Here's the thing, Omega. We know they're here. That would make me laugh. I know you here watching. I can see if I'm capping and I'm like gaslighting because I know that none of Bud Crawford fans are like here, but I know you here. I wouldn't be surprised if Terrence Bud Crawford is in the background watching and ain't participating in the chat. Don't surprise me. I'm not saying he is. I would be surprised though if someone told me that either Crawford himself and or somebody that knows Crawford haven't seen one video of mine with his name in the title. That would surprise me. I've got to keep it 100. That would actually surprise me. But I know for a fact. Now, it does say that 148 people on your end is watching this, but I can assure you that there's way more than 153 on your end. There's way more than 153 people watching this live broadcast. I assure you of that. And you don't have to take my word for it. As soon as I press the end button on this broadcast, you'll see the hundreds and almost thousands of people that's watching this live right now, live in living color, on another episode of Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. I know we have a Bud Crawford fan here. I know it. So come on up. And let me say this as a caveat too, because people may not want their face, you know what I mean, to be on the camera. And they don't want to be viewed live by leaving their camera on when I add them to the live stream. I'm going to make it comfortable for you. You do not have to turn your camera on. All you got to do is just come on. That's all you got to do. You don't want to show your face? I'm cool with that. If you just want to show your avatar with your camera off, I'm cool with that. The viewers here, live in living color, they're cool with that. The Roll the Tape film crew members, they're cool with that. We just want you to come on up so we can provide you with an opportunity to speak your piece and provide us with your perspective. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I see. Come on up, man. Because y'all be slick with the wordplay. Y'all be slick with the G talk in the comments. But listen, you ain't gonna find another content creator that creates an entire segment. I mean, dedicated every single live for you. And if you have, salute to them. But I haven't seen. I might be wrong because I don't be on YouTube all day. But I know one thing: the platform is yours tonight. Come on over. Yeah. Come on over. Yeah. You see how Spence was calling Bud Crawford out and he wouldn't respond? That's the vibe I get from Crawford fans. Not Mr. Greg. Mr. Greg's in the back. I told you I'm going to let Mr. Greg come on if he want to come on, but hold on, Mr. Greg. Because some of your constituents, Mr. Greg, you know what I mean? They hiding right now. And we don't want nobody hiding. Come on in. If there are women, I didn't do my thing, saluting the women. If there's a woman watching live, right? If you're participating in the chat, and if you are viewing this broadcast on the replay of the live, let me tell you from the bottom of my heart, ladies, I welcome you. And I appreciate your viewership. I appreciate your contributions. And I appreciate your support of the sport of boxing. You have a place in the sport of boxing, not just as an athlete, but even as a fan. So I want to be able to acknowledge you, and I do this every live segment. And so salute to all the women. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Now back to the men. Come on in the chat and let's have a dialogue. You see how I had to lower my voice when I talk to the ladies? You know, I try to be smooth about everything I do. Everybody knows I'm a gentleman in everything that I do. But men, now that we got that out the way, the women know what's going on. They're here watching live. Okay, come on up. We're not going to hold this whole live up for you. We're not going to do that. But we just want you to come on down. I see you in the background, Mr. Greg. I'm going to let you on, bro. But I just want to make sure that we just wait just a few more minutes, just a few, Bud Crawford fans are very good at investing their time. Y'all see what my fingers doing? In the chat, all in my comment section. I'm getting interviewed by other content creators. They in their comment section. And now I got a whole entire platform for you to come on up, speak your piece, and let us know your perspective about Bud Crawford. You know what I mean? We just want to be on the same page. We don't have to agree or disagree. You know what I mean? Oh, I got family here. You know I'm gonna show off now because my family. You know how when you arguing with somebody, right? You arguing back and forth. I'm talking about when you young. We're not talking about now. I'm talking about when you was a young person. Men, I'm talking about when you was a young boy, when you were a younger guy. You going back and forth with somebody. You're not scared of the person, but you just going back and forth with the person, right? And then when you see family, something in you just make you get even more hyper. You ever been through situations like that before? You talking slick like, yo, who y'all talking to? You talking to me? Bro, you ain't talking to me like, what's up? Then you look over and you see your cousin or your brother. You like, now talk all that now. I see my guy, family in the chat. Salute, Detailed Boxing. Family, what's going on, family? Happy Father's Day to all of the fathers. And in all seriousness, I know I joke around and on all that, but in all seriousness, happy Father's Day. This is Father's Day weekend. Happy Father's Day to all of the fathers that's watching this live broadcast and the replay of this live. Even if you are engaging and participating in the live chat, I want to tell you from one father to another, happy Father's Day. I want to tell you that I'm very passionate about fatherhood. You know, I play around a lot, and like I said, education and entertainment is what we do on this channel. But I wanted to stop all of that just to say, seriously, though, happy Father's Day. And I'm going to keep continuously say that throughout the live broadcast tonight. I mentioned that earlier, okay? All right, so Antoine. I have a gentleman by the name of Antoine. He is in the back. Antoine, are you there? If you could do me one good solid, Antoine. Since you're in the background, I'm going to add you to the live stream. if you can turn your camera on so that I can see that we are going to have human interaction. You are not just a troll. And then you can turn your camera back off when I add you to the live stream if you don't want to show. I said all of that, and the guy, Antoine, just jumped right off. Isn't that something? All right, Antoine, there you go. I thought you just jumped off in the middle of me saying that. So turn your camera on, Antoine. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. When you turn your camera on, just let me see that you are a real person, right? I'll add you to the live stream. You can turn your camera off if you want, Antoine. Could you do that before I let you on? Salute to Diana in the chat. Salute to you. Welcome, Dub Right Side. Salute, Dub Right Side. All right, thank you, Antoine. If you want to turn your camera off, you can. If you want to leave it on, it's up to you. It's all good. We got Antoine here with us tonight. And Antoine, can you hear me, Antoine? Antoine, are you there? Oh my goodness, we got the viewership is just constantly just increasing exponentially. Antoine, are you there, sir? It's that boost mobile. Bud fans we have that boost mobile. Yeah, that boo mobile, that phone. Antoine, if you can hear me, you might want to jump off and try to jump back on because you're frozen on my end. I don't know if you can hear me, but jump back on if you can, Antoine. Yeah, that boo mobile. Hey, Dub Right Side, that boo mobile. You heard you heard I said that boo mobile, huh? That boo mobile, that boo mobile. That somebody said that's stop it, y'all. Y'all better cut it out. Somebody said that's that Nokia flip phone. Y'all remember that Nokia flip phone? That Boo Mobile. That Boo Mobile. Antoine, if you're listening, come on back on the stream though, for real, for real. Your service wasn't connecting properly. Come on back in. If I see you, I'm gonna definitely add you back on. And you already showed your face, so it's all good, man. What's up, D-Town? What's going on, my brother? D-Town be starting trouble, man. Every time I see him, it's like, oh, I'm with family. Really gonna turn up on you. What's good with you? That boo mobile. Yeah, that boo mobile. Yes. We're waiting for a Terrence Ball Crawford fan. Y'all know we're at that segment where I like to call it nip it in the bud. This is specifically designated for Terrence Ball Crawford fans to have an opportunity to be provided with a platform to provide your perspective as a fan of Bud Crawford, to ask Manager Marty questions, to be able to present some information, to even make a comment. Either way, you are welcome. Come on in. The link is pinned to the chat. I flew the kite out already. We had one gentleman that did come on, but I think his phone was messing up or whatnot. So hopefully he's going to come back on. But besides Mr. Greg, I know Mr. Greg is back there. But besides Mr. Greg, is there anybody else? Terrence Ball Crawford fans, come on. We're waiting. We're waiting for you. We're here. We're waiting. Where are you at? We're waiting for you. Every week we have to. Here's the thing. Every week we have to go through this. Now, we have 7 episodes as of right now. 7 episodes that are published. And there's more episodes, but they did not provide the entertainment and educational value that we provide on this channel. So that's why I didn't publish them, because I did not want to, derail us all from the purpose of me having the nip it in the bud segments. I want it to be fair, I want it to be unbiased, and I want everybody to feel comfortable. Okay? And so that's why some of the other people that came on, if you didn't get your 15 minutes of fame, that's the reason why. All right. We want to make sure we're respectful, because I always tell y'all this, and I don't have to remind you all. You know, I ain't gonna be too hard on y'all. It's Father's Day weekend, but I have to remind you all as men, you know, we have to make sure we conduct ourselves accordingly as leaders. You know what I mean? We have women that's in the chat. We have women watching us from all around the world. All right. And so we want to make sure that we are respectful. Women don't want to see two grown men act like them with regards to our emotional responses. Okay. So I just want to make sure that you know, we're all on the same page, right? Man, I thought that was a Bud Crawford fan, y'all. I thought that was a Bud fan. I was on there talking, you know what I mean? We back here. So I assume that another Bud Crawford fan don't want to come up here. That's what's going on. That's where we at tonight. All right, cool. I'm gonna let Mr. Greg come on, and I'm sure, Mr. Greg, you might inspire or encourage another Bud Crawford fan to jump on. How you doing
Hope
today,
so.
Mr. Greg?
Happy Father's Day to you, all the other fans, Band Down. I can't even think of the names right now. Happy Father's Day to all of them.
Yes, same here. Happy Father's Day to you as well, sir.
Thank you. So, what are you surprised about?
Oh, as far as Crawford,
Yes,
did you get an opportunity to hear the audio?
yes, I did.
All right, I'm going to play it again because there are people that's just joined. I see the viewership increasing on my end, and they're just joining the live stream, and they didn't get a chance to hear it. It's only like 10 or 20 seconds. I'm gonna play it again, and then I'm going to make sure I answer your question. That's cool, Mr. Greg?
That's cool.
My man. All right, let me get that again so that I can make sure that everybody here from our new audience that's just joining us live.
What does the victory on July 29th mean to you specifically, especially coming against Errol Spence Jr.? Well, a victory July 29th for me will means everything for me and my career to date. Being that a lot of people doubt me, and that's when I rise to the occasion. When I got all the odds stacked against me. Errol's a tremendous fighter. Like I told everybody before, I'm a fan, but this.
You heard that, Mr. Greg?
Yes.
What's your take on everything Bud Crawford just said? And then I'll answer your question because you're here, you know, as a guest.
Yeah, that's the first time I've heard him say that he was a Bud. I mean, I'm sorry, that he was a Earl Spence fan. But I'm glad he did it. You know, I used the analogy before of Hagler Leonard, Spence being Hagler, Bud being Leonard. If you remember, Leonard went to a lot of Hagler fights. He was a Hagler fan too. As a matter of fact, that last fight scene, Hagler fighting Mugabe, is what inspired him to actually decide to take the fight or make a fight with Hagler. So I wasn't surprised that Earl is kind of doing things that parallels how Leonard conducted himself leading up to the fight and things like that. I'm happy that he did it because I think it made people listen to him for the first time because he's saying something about Spence that Spence fans like. They really like that because they want to be able to say, yeah, you're a fan, et cetera, et cetera. That's okay. But when you have a very good fighter like Spence and a very special fighter like Bud, my opinion again, I expect for that special fighter to talk in that manner. I expect for him to catch the attention of his opposition's fans. Like, maybe what is he talking about now? Because I don't think there's fear there. I think he's giving respect. He's trying to respect the fans as well because he's very serious about this fight. I don't think he was telling the truth back when he said he didn't want to fight. Nobody that fights as good as Earl, as Bud does, wants to say they don't want that big fight. They don't want those accolades of being the undisputed because you got the two very best guys fighting. So I'm glad that he admitted that in the way that he did. Because at first he was saying it doesn't matter. I've already been undisputed. Please. You are that competitive in your career that you do want that. And now we know from what he's just said, he does. I'm happy to hear it. I think that makes it more compelling to hear him say that. And then you want to see what he's going to do. But what I said, I think he's going to do in the ring. So I think that's a great thing that he did.
Okay, understood. Understood. Before I answer your question, Mr. Greg, I have moderators that's in the chat, and I don't want to call you all out by name. If you are a moderator, and I hate to have to do this, I really do. You know, I try to make sure we have fun on the podcast. But I saw something in the chat, and it actually disturbed me. And so, if you are a moderator on this channel, there's a gentleman or a woman. I don't want to say gentleman or a woman because I don't know the gender. But if I could assume the name is Ethan R. If you are a moderator, I'm asking you to time Ethan R out right now. I'm not continuing this segment until you do. If you are a moderator on this channel, I'm asking you to right now time Ethan R out. I'm not going to repeat what he said in the chat. Y'all can see it. We don't tolerate comments of that nature. So I'm asking you, if you're a moderator, time him out right now. I will not continue this segment until that happens. We don't tolerate comments like that on this segment. I know on this channel. You might be able to get away with it on somebody else's channel. But Manager Marty, we deal with honor here. We deal with what's righteous. We deal with being inclusive here. All right? And that's why we do our Town Watch check-in. So time them out right now. And I hate to do this, but do it now. Do it now. I'm encouraging you to do it now. We don't tolerate that. We do not do that. We don't offend anyone's religious belief system. We don't disrespect people on this channel. We don't do that. Not here. Other content creators may allow that. But the reason why I give wrenches out is so that everybody can be respectful in the chat. I'm not trying to pull rank on people, but we got to do things with honor. All right? I apologize, Mr. Greg, for that. So I do have to agree, Mr. Greg, that it was respectful of Crawford. You know what I mean? It was respectful. And that's what surprised me, to answer your question. That surprised me. You know what I mean? That surprised me, you know, just to even hear him say, excuse me, that he's a fan. You know, matter of fact, let me do something even better. I don't know if any of the moderators did what I asked them to do. but I did something even better. All right. So you won't even see the comment live. You won't even see it. It's like it never even came up now. And if y'all understand what I'm talking about, then y'all know what I mean. So we're going to move on from that. So I think it was respectful, Mr. Greg, excuse me, with regards to Terrence Ball Crawford, saying that he is a fan of Spence. The thing that surprised me, though, is not him saying that he's a fan of Spence to somebody privately. The thing that surprised me is he said he was a fan at the time that both of these guys are mentally preparing to go to war with each other. If he would have said it, let's say in an interview 6 months ago before he fought David Evanesian, or 6 months ago technically would be after he fought David Evanesian. So let's just use that. 6 months ago, he knocks out David Evanesian, and he said, I'm a fan of Spence. One day we can still get it on. I don't know when. We still gonna fight, but I don't know when. That's something different. But right now, they're at a press conference. And most people believe that the fight's going to happen July 29th. Both guys are either, if they're not in camp yet, they should be in camp pretty soon. I would assume that they're in camp right now if the fight is almost, 5 weeks away or so, right? But to be in that mind frame of expressing openly that you are a fan of a person that you're about to go to war with, that surprised me. When you're supposed to be in the mindset, since you brought up Hagler, Mr. Greg, when Hagler fought Hearns and when he fought Leonard, he kept wearing the words across his hat, the words on his shirt that said war. And he said it at press conferences against those two guys. It's wartime. And so for these two athletes to be in the mind frame of war, based on what they're saying out of their mouths, based on what they're verbalizing to one another, that surprised me to say that he was an actual fan. Which brings to my next point. Is that why you openly criticize him every chance you get, Crawford? Because you really admire him. You know what I mean? You really admire the guy. So, because you admire him, they say flattery is a form of mockery. You're really flattered by the guy. You really respect the guy. But you have to say all of that because it's politically correct. You're at a press conference. You're not going to back down. I'm not saying you're going to back down from Spence. I ain't saying that. What I'm saying is it's wartime. Ain't no hugs, kisses, Hallmark cards. No, we're not doing that. I'm not a fan of nothing. Even if I know in my heart, I'm not going to tell you that. Because we know that this boxing sport is 85% mental before a fight even happens. Before two athletes get in the ring, we know that. I see you want to get something off, Mr.
But
Gray.
remember the analogy I just gave you. If you remember that build up to the fight with Leonard and Hagler, Leonard never said anything negative about Hagler. He always smiled. He always was respectful to Hagler. He got inside his head because you remember Hagler started off in the fight fighting orthodox style as opposed to southpaw. So Leonard realized, I got in his head. I don't know if that's what Bud is trying to do, but the analogy seems to be, okay, let me be respectful to him. I believe he respects Spence, but let me get inside of his head anyway. Let me make him feel just a little bit comfortable that maybe he's thinking I might be a little scared of him. I may be a little tepid. And it may work, may not work. It might not even be what he's trying to do. But I like that he's following that same route. Because you know what? Spence is talking war. Spence is talking, but not Bud. And Bud is, in my opinion, is the better fighter, better boxer at least. And so, I like what I'm seeing now. I still want to see some more promotion, but not between the two of them. But I like what he's doing. And I think because we have in this conversation, I think these conversations on other sites, it's a good thing, very good thing. And if I can say one good thing to you, I told you that Wednesday. I'm gonna say it again. I like what you do with the engagement. I love coming on and talking to you, even though we have different people that we admire. But I love the game as well as you do. I like what you say about men conducting themselves well because there are ladies watching us,
Yeah.
and they see, and this is how we're supposed to talk with each other. So I like that you get that in as well. You are being copied. They watching you. There's fans watching you. There's other guys who like, let me see if I can try that. They're not going to be good at it. But because some people have a style, your style is yours. That's why I said don't change it. Okay, let's get back to talk about this fight.
Well, I appreciate you, Mr. Greg. And I always thank you when you encourage me, man. I appreciate that. And here's the thing that what I do like about you, Mr. Greg, is that we don't have to agree on everything. But the great thing about it as mature men, and you're old enough to be probably my father and grandfather,
Yeah,
right? And so the great thing about it is even when we disagree, we can still be respectful. We can still maintain integrity as men with honor. And so there was a comment in the chat that made a reference to your religious practices. And that bothered me. We don't have to share the same religion. We
right.
don't have to share the same faith. But what we do on this channel as men, we honorable. We have to be righteous in our conduct and our words. And that's why I make sure that I have people that understand, how I am on this YouTube, and I give them the what you call it, the wrenches and everything to moderate the chat so it can be respectful and healthy. And so it's all about what we got to do as setting the right example. We have people that like we talked about, your age demographic is older than me. But I have people that watch this channel all over the world that's younger than me. So I still have to maintain a level of honor to be able to, set a good example. Like for instance, we had a gentleman here, my guy Royal, he had sent the super chat and he heard me repeatedly talk about making adjustments in life. And he acknowledged that is helping him. My words of making adjustments in life is encouraging and helping him to be a better person. And that's what this channel really is all about. Even though we're talking about boxing, I always have a spiritual principle that I like to encourage the people on. And you never know how words can impact someone else. You know what I mean? So that's why I try to make sure, even if we don't agree, it's still respectful. You know what I mean?
Each one teaches one. And here's the thing. I didn't see the comment, but I'm not Muslim. But some because of think so. I had studied before. So, but that's not my religion. But it's okay. You're gonna have some immaturity that's gonna come through these sites. You're gonna have some foolishness. I'm an
Yeah.
older guy. You're an older guy that's behind you. But the way that you conducted yourself taught him something. He might not get it right away, whoever it was. But
Yes.
that's what we have to do. Sometimes we have to discipline each other. You get out of pocket. I like what you did a few shows back. I think there's a gentleman who got a little out of pocket with Miss Rachel.
Yes.
He didn't like it. All of you immediately, hey, we ain't having that.
Nope.
I like the way that y'all handled that. Nobody got crazy, but you let them know that ain't happening here. You want to be among men, you're going to conduct yourself like a man. Same thing in the ring. You want to get in the ring with me? Conduct yourself properly. I'm gonna talk to you, right? I'm gonna beat your ass, but I'm gonna talk to you, and that's how you have to be.
Oh
And
yeah.
that's what I'm liking. I'm seeing that between them. They're coming out of their shell. Love that. Love that. And I hope it translates in the ring that even though they respect each other, they're going to try to take each other's head off because they both want that status. They want that designation. Now I'm pound for pound the best fighter in the world, and I'm undisputed. And that's what I want to see. The talking is great. The fighting is great. Us talking to each other. And I think what you do, when you do what you do with this segment, it also makes the Spence fans and unfortunately the Crawford fans who won't come on for some reason but it's making them think. Let me come on and say something that makes sense. Because I mean, we was getting a headache early. I was making a joke myself about needing Tylenol, but I'm hoping that as more people come onto the site, they like what you're doing and how we conversate and come in and do the same thing where you're learning something, you're talking about the business, you're dropping some jewels and so forth. So that's my take on what what Crawford said in terms of him being a fan. I'm a fan, but I'm gonna beat you when we get in the ring.
I respect it. I respect it. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Greg. I really appreciate you as always, man. Happy Father's Day to you again. Hopefully you get an opportunity to come back and join us again. Please enjoy your weekend. And I know what you're about to say. You're going to say, I'm jumping right back in the chat. I
I'm
already
jumping
know.
right back on the chat because you my man. Even though we disagree, I love this. You're my man, and I'm gonna always
brother.
give you some respect.
Much love, and the respect is mutual. Thank you, Mr. Greg. Salute, my brother.
Okay. Salute, brother.
You see, that's how men's supposed to handle things. You know what I mean? All we got to do, this Father's Day weekend now, all we got to do is come together and have a healthy conversation. You know what I mean? That's all we got to do. Now, I know that on other channels, they may not do this. They may not, listen, it's all good. This is unique to me. This is what I do. This how I put, because you know what? I told y'all before, this how I am in real life. If y'all was sitting in my living room right now and we were having a conversation, all of the theatricals, me talking with my hands, my facial expressions, me getting hyped, that's what I do. And so I'm no different here on YouTube. And it's all about being honorable, you know. And I want to say this too, because we have a super chat real quick, but I want to say this too. There's a scripture, and I actually said this I think I said this what's the day? I think I said this on Tuesday night, right? Open rebuke is better than secret love. Let me say that principle again. Open rebuke is better than secret love. So that's why if you openly say something about someone, whether it be a lie or whether it be unrighteous, right? And your intentions are not good, and you do that publicly, especially if you're wrong, you should be held accountable publicly because you said it publicly. So, and when you are held accountable publicly, that's the open rebuke. It's better to rebuke someone openly than it is to love them in secret. Because what happens is when you rebuke someone openly, it becomes an encouragement, right, to someone else who might do the same thing and realize that wasn't right. And matter of fact, I said that Wednesday too. I said it on Tuesday, I believe, and then I said it again on Wednesday because I was doing a segment on Blue Blood Sports TV and what happened with him and Errol Spence. And there was a gentleman that came onto the podcast, and he was talking about me and Blue Blood Sports TV, you know, coming together. You know what I mean? And like I told him, and I'm telling everybody else right now, live in living color. If you missed that segment on Wednesday, I'm saying it again now. There is nothing wrong with the man, a blue blood, having conversation with me. But I'm going to openly rebuke him because he openly lied on me. And until he can humble himself and openly and publicly apologize to me, right? We won't have no need for no conversation because that's the first hurdle we got to overcome. Regardless of anything else, that's the first hurdle that needs to be overcame first. Is you lied on me publicly and said I flagged your channel and you knew you were lying. So because you did that, and then when you got caught, when we was on Everything Boxing channel and Fanon was holding you accountable, open rebuke, you knew you was not keeping it 100, but instead of you humbling yourself, saying, you know what, I was wrong, you still try to wiggle your way out of it and then you dipped off and bounced. But even after that, you used your platform to still insult me instead of keeping it 100 and saying I was wrong. I openly, publicly apologize. And that's what real men, that's what we have to do. And so that's what I mean by open rebuke is better than secret love. D-Town, is D-Town Boxing still here? Is D-Town Boxing still here? I don't know if D-Town is still here. Is D-Town still here? Let me get the super chat real quick. Salute to my guy, Carl Brown, my day one supporter. Salute to you, Carl. Always a pleasure, man. Always contribute to the channel, and he's one of the real ones. Carl Brown is definitely one of the real ones. So salute to my man. Carl Brown says, I want to say good evening to my brother, Manager Marty, Diana, D-Town Boxing, Mr. Pragmatic, Cash Crypto, and all the real ones in the chat. Love to the family here. Thank you so much, Carl Brown. Salute. Farid, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I always see you in the chat, and I always see your support on the channel. So salute to you, Farid. Keep it up, Manager Marty. Thank you for your contribution and your support, Farid. Thank you. Appreciate you. And Carl Brown. Thank you guys, so very much. Oh, D-Town Boxing is here. Hey, D-Town, can you come up for a minute, D-Town? I wanted to show you something on the screen, D-Town. And I wanted your take on this, D-Town, because I literally just happened to see this earlier, and I'm not sure if you made any content on it. If you did, I don't want to blow up your spot or nothing, you know what I mean? Because I do want you to get the viewership that you rightfully deserve for the hard work that you put in, D-Town. But if you see the link in the chat, D-Town, come on in. I want to hear your perspective on something about Crawford real quick. Salute to Knight Rider. Thank you for your contribution to the channel as well. Knight Rider says, is EJ paying out of pocket for this fight? That is a very, very, good question. Knight Rider. EJ did say, thank you for your contribution and your support again, Knight Rider. As always, Knight Rider is another day one supporter. EJ did say something about having to pay Terrence Crawford more millions of dollars to accept this fight in the current negotiations. He made a reference to that in an interview, and I don't know what interview it was, but I wish I can find it so I can play what he said, so people won't say, Manager Marty, you just making stuff up. This is the Roll to Take podcast. Let me get this super chat here. I got my brother coming on. D-Town Boxing is with us. Ohio Style Lyrics 513, always supporting the channel and contributing. Thank you so much. Ohio Style says, what's going on, Manager Marty? I will try to do that video. I'm going to try it again. Ohio Style Lyrics, I'm trying to understand what you're referring to. I will try to do that video. I'm going to try it again. Okay. I'm not sure what video you're referring to, Ohio. But I do appreciate your contributions and your support to the channel. As always, Ohio, I always see you in my chat as well. I don't know what video you need to do over or something. I'm not understanding what you referring to. We got Rachel Donaire is here with us tonight. She came at the right time too. She definitely came at the right time because this is something I'm bringing up. D-Town, you with us, bro?
Yes, sir.
My guy, what's going on with you, brother?
What's going on, my brother?
I'm all right. Happy Father's Day to you, man.
Salute to you, too.
Yes, sir. Happy Father's Day to all of the fathers that's in the chat, that's watching us live, that's watching the replay of this live. This is Father's Day weekend. So I want to say to all the fathers, grandfathers, godfathers, surrogate fathers, stepfathers, biological fathers, adopted fathers, happy Father's Day to each and every one of the fathers that's watching us live and the replay of this live. I wanted to get to something real quick, D-Town. There's an article that that's on the screen here. If anyone can see that on the screen, there's an article here. And in that article, Terrence Crawford he basically talked about him being the one that initiated not just the contact, but also initiated this fight happening. And so I wanted to get your take on that. I wanted to air fry on it. I wanted to get everyone in the chat's perspective on it as well. Before we do that, we have a gentleman by the name of Antoine. He's in the back. He was here earlier, but his phone was freezing up. He just came back. Antoine, if you can turn your camera on just so I can see your face. When I add you to the live stream, you could actually turn it off if you want or leave your camera on. All right, I'm going to add you to the live stream in 1 second. D-Town, real quick, D-Town. Are you there, D-Town? Okay, maybe D-Town's not there. D-Town, you with us? Okay. All right, well, if D-Town come back on, I'll make sure he give us a break. Real quick, I have to get these super chats out. Hold on, Antoine, I got you, bro. Thank you so much. Another day one supporter, member of the channel. Thank you so much, Diana, for your contribution, for your support, always contributing and participating in the chat, in the comment section. Peace and blessings to you, Diana. Thank you so much. Diana says, Happy Father's Day, Manager Marty, and all the dads. You cannot be replaced. You're more than needed. You are loved, and we thank you. Oh, I love you all too. Thank y'all so very, very much for your support on this channel. But I have to also acknowledge Diana. Thank you for your contribution, Diana, and your support. Thank you so much. We have Dion, another day one supporter of the channel. Welcome, Dion. I didn't even get a chance to see you in the chat. Thank you so much. This is what Dion said. Dion says it's a $1 million plus side bet, he said, as an incentive. So Dion is referring to Errol Spence and Crawford making a side bet as an incentive, but I think she's referring to the amount of it being more than over $1 million. I did hear about that too, Dion. Thank you for your support and your contribution to the channel as always, Dion. We got Joey Ortiz here. Happy Father's Day, Joey, if you are a father. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. And Joey says, Manager Marty, thank you for calling Blue out on his bullcrap with Spence. You kept it real. Word up. Thank you, Joey, for your support. And you know I got to always keep it 100 on this channel. We also have my guy. No, he's representing Indiana. One of my day one supporters on the channel. He's always fluid in the chat, and he makes a contribution to this channel as always. Thank you so much, my guy, Mike Harrison. I really appreciate you, my brother. Happy Father's Day to you too, Mike, if you are a father. Thank you so much, Mike. Mike says, just because you are you, Manager Marty. Thank each and every last one of y'all for your support, your contributions. They do not go unnoticed, and may God bless each and every one of you for always supporting this channel and always being 100. Speaking of 100, Antoine is about to join the segment. Let me do something for the audience here. Hold up.
Can you hear me?
Y'all know how I do. Got to show my face in the place. Antoine, are you there?
Yeah. You hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good. What's going on, Manager Marty?
I'm doing well, sir. Happy Father's Day to you if you are a father.
Oh, yes, man. The same to you. Yeah, man. I'll just get it on here, man. I just left for a chat in there. I was just explaining, man. It's been, I think it was like a year or two when I first started to hear about you. Because I was scrolling through YouTube and I seen that you had some, I guess some misunderstanding with Blue Blood. I was like, okay, and the way that you was going about it was so correct and so legit. I was like, man, let me check this brother out. So, you know, I just started following you, man. And you definitely knowledgeable, man, about about the boxing and, you know, your background and everything. I was like, that's what's up, man. And I've been following you ever since, man. I like the way that you handle your business and the way that you keep everything 100.
I appreciate that, Antoine. I really, really appreciate that. It was actually in December when that whole
Yeah,
thing materialized between me and Blue Blood Sports TV. That was
yeah,
actually
man.
in
That was a
December
little
of
bit.
2022.
Right, man. That was messed up. But anyway, man, let's get it on this boxing. So tell me, man. I was thinking about this fight, man. I was like, it looked like Spence is more like laid back about the whole situation. Cause it's like, it seems like to me, that's just me. It seems like Crawford is trying to get up under his skin lightweight, but I could be misunderstanding. But it looked like it's a little conflict there a little bit, or is I'm tripping?
No, I would have to agree with you. Hold on one second. I missed something, and I want to tell you that is my apologies, Knight Rider. I didn't even see, unless it just came up, I didn't see your super chat. That was my apologies. I didn't see it. Knight Rider, thank you again for your contribution, and I apologize to you again on that. Knight Rider says Blue Blood's arrogance will not allow him to apologize. And I would have to actually agree with you, Knight Rider. I would really have to agree with you, man. But you know what? It's all good. Even if the guy don't apologize, unfortunately for him, you know, his character has already been exposed. And that's okay. He doesn't owe me an apology. You know, if he wants to apologize, I will humbly accept his apology. But I'm not going to chase the guy for no apology because it has to be genuine. It has to be organic. And if he's not willing to make it organic, then he can keep it to himself. But if he humbles himself and he does publicly apologize, I'll forgive the brother. Well, he's already been forgiven, actually. But I will publicly say I forgive him and everything of that nature and accept his apology. But, you know, the thing about it is, Antoine, I don't know how to do it any other way. You know, like I was telling, D-Town was here before, on Tuesday when I was talking to the chaplain guy, the preacher man, the minister. When he wanted me to be
Okay.
50-50, he kept telling me to be 50-50. And like I told him,
Yeah, like I seen that. I checked that out.
I don't know how to be 50-50. I only know how to be 100. So, you know what I mean? You know, people were
Yeah, like you made them a good point though, because you know, it's like he came to you with that, you know, it was straight foul to talk about you flagged him. And you know, I was watching the show with you and what was that, Everything Boxing?
Yes.
And Money and all them, and Fanon, I was like, man, the way Fanon dropped it and the way that Everything Boxing was agreeing about you don't know if anyone did that to you, man. Because he made a great point. He was like, so what if this person that flagged you was a child? They ain't gonna give them that information out to nobody.
Yeah.
That's too, I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's just real. Like, you know, I was just thinking, like, man, that was real messed up. But hopefully, man, y'all get that together. You keep on doing your thing. And you know, I appreciate everything that you dropping, man, that knowledge about this boxing, because I'm new on the boxing game myself, man. So I'm just really following and learning from you and like Fanon and Everything Boxing and Money. You know what I'm saying? I rock with y'all because I'll be trying to get my information, you know.
Yes, sir. And listen, anytime you want to know anything about the sport of boxing, you know, I'm very accessible. My email is in the about section on my channel. When you come on live,
Okay.
you can jump on like you just did. You can ask me publicly so everybody else can learn if you want. However you want to do it, as long as you're learning and you are retaining, man, it just does my heart so good, brother.
Oh man, I appreciate it, man, because you be dropping some knowledge out there, man. And I like the way that you break down the stacks on like the business part of it, because that's the part I knew about it, but never like went deep into it. I really thought that much about it. But just as it have you to understand the boxing level of the boxers in other ways about, like, how hard it is to make a fight, and it's not just easy like the way that I was always thinking. Like, man, why not these brothers ain't fighting? Like, why is it always a situation? It's just like with Spence and Crawford. I was thinking, like, I said, man, why is Crawford going over here and fighting this Avanesia dude? And he knows Spence is right here, and they supposed to have been talking about this fight, and he go and make another arrangements and go over here and fight this dude. Then on that BLK Prime thing, and I'm like, man, what's going on now? Why did this even take place? And we know that this big fight is right here, and it seemed like Spence was all in, like, listen, let's make this happen. Because and then there's one thing I like about Spence. Once he fought Ugas, and when they asked him about his next fight, he let it be known, like, hey, I want Crawford next. That's what I want. That's what the fans want. Let's make it happen. So when Crawford got finished talking, they asked him, he was like, well, he just couldn't say nothing. I was like, man, what's going on here, man? So I'm like, I know he ain't scared, but a lot of folks were saying ducking. So, but once I start to hear you speak about the business part, I say, well, this probably what's going on. Then it must be a lot of business that, crossing, the tape crossing and all that. But then I hear Spence just speak about that he gave Crawford a little bit more than $1 million, just to make this fight happen. I'm like, oh man, come on now. Is you telling me that he had to pay this man just to get this man in the ring?
Yeah, and that's one of the things I'm gonna excuse me, speak on in just a few seconds. Let me get the super chat here. Clifford Henry, he has always been a day one supporter. From the day one, that one of my day ones when I first started this channel, Clifford Henry has been supporting this channel. I haven't seen you in a while, Cliff. Good to see you tonight. Happy Father's Day to you too, if you are a father, Cliff. Appreciate the support and contribution. And Clifford says, keep doing your thing, manager and D-Town. Absolutely. Salute to you, Clifford Henry. Antoine, I wanted to get this small piece of the segment to D-Town Boxing. So give us 30 seconds of your last words, and hopefully you check us back out on a live stream when we come back on. But I wanted to hear your last words, 30 seconds if you can.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just my last words, man. I just wanted you to touch base on what I just got finished speaking of. And what's that, D-Town? I've been watching you a little bit myself, man. I'm gonna have to start to get it on your little page, man, because I'll be seeing you on Manager Marty, and y'all be dropping it. Y'all be dropping it, man. So I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all keep on doing what y'all doing, man.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for joining us. I see
yes,
that there. Absolutely. I see Film Study. He's in the background. He has joined this panel before. I think Film Study is a Terrence Bud Crawford fan. I was trying to get at D-Town Boxing on that article. Before we do that, D-Town, stay right there, D-Town. I just want to hear Film Study's perspective, but I think he is a Terrence Bud Crawford fan, and I would love to hear his perspective. Film Study, are you there?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. I'm a EJ fan. I'm not a Bud fan.
Oh, my fault. I'm getting you mixed up with the other guy. He has film in his name as well. He has film in his name as well. But you hear it now, so I might as well just talk about it. So, D-Town, did you hear that audio where Crawford talked about him being a fan of Spence? Did you hear that? I want to play that one more time for the people, and then I want your perspective on it, because we had a new audience that joined us in, and these are the words of Terrence Bud Crawford himself. If everybody on the panel can just mute your phone, Film Study, so that we won't get no feedback from the audio I'm about to play. And this is Terrence Bud Crawford words. In New York City, at the press conference when he was asked about his reaction to this fight on July 29th?
Well, a victory July 29th for me will means everything for me and my career to date. Being that a lot of people doubt me, and that's when I rise to the occasion. When I got all the odds stacked against me. Errol's a tremendous fighter. Like I told everybody before, I'm a fan, but it's just business. I know.
Did y'all hear that? The man said that he's the underdog and the odds are stacked against him. But the truth of the matter is, you can go on every betting site there is in this country, and they'll show you that Terrence Bud Crawford is not the underdog, and the odds are not stacked against him. I think the odds are stacked against Errol Spence. But the thing that surprised me the most is that the thing that surprised me the most is that Terrence Bud Crawford says that he is a fan of Errol Spence. That surprised me because Errol Spence is some people's favorite fighter. You know, you got Terrence Bud Crawford fans who are fans of Crawford, but here it is, Crawford is a fan of Spence. And I find it intriguing because both of these men should be in the mindset of preparing to go to war. So y'all preparing to go to war. All the Hallmark cards, hugs and kisses go out the window. It's time for y'all to get ready to go to training camp so they can rumble. That's just my take. Now, Mr. Greg, who's a Crawford fan, he just joined us a few moments ago and said that Crawford might just be trying to get in his head. Well, even if he is, Spence ain't buying nothing he's selling. Because it seemed to me that Crawford been selling Boy Scout cookies for the last 4 or 5 years. And everybody know that there's no such thing as Boy Scout cookies. So, Detail, what's your take on him saying he's a fan of Errol Spence, bro?
I think he can you hear me? I heard my twice.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me see if I can do this because you're joined on here twice. Hold on. Oh, it's say. Oh no, you're not on here. All right, let's see. Go ahead. Let's see if you can talk now.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I still hear it.
You still hear it?
Yeah.
You got two. What's the names up, D? On my end, you got two detailed boxing things up.
Do I need to exit out and one?
Yeah, you got two of them up. You want to exit out of one of them?
Let me see.
That's
Let me
probably
exit.
right. All right. All right. Well, Film Study, you there?
Yeah, you hear me, Manager Mark?
Yes, sir. Did you hear what Crawford said?
Yeah, I heard what he said. I'm not 100% positive why he would say that, because like before like the fight got signed, him and Bomac's style was to disrespect Spence, pretty much calling him a drunk and saying he lived paycheck to paycheck. So I'm kind of confused why they're not keeping the same energy. It would have promoted the fight way better than what it did right now, or what is proceeding to be, if they would have kept that same energy. But I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel you. Salute to my guy, Boss Hog Boxing. I see you in the chat, my brother. Salute. And I got my guy, BBO Boxing. He's here. I saw him in the chat moments ago. I'm not sure if he's still here, but salute to you, BBO, and my guy, Boss Hog. Got a lot of respect for both of those guys, and I love their content. And speaking of content, please go check those guys out, Boss Hog Boxing and BBO Boxing and D-Town Boxing and Dub Right Side Boxing. Go on their channels, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll to Tape film crew. Subscribe to their channels if you haven't done so already, and give them a play, give them a look. They got great content, and you won't be disappointed. And speaking of disappointed, Knight Rider never disappoints me because he's been contributed to the channel, not just by his money, but just by his support, his comments, his encouragement. He's one of my day one supporters, so I got to salute him. Knight Rider, thank you for your contribution again and your support. And Knight Rider says Terrence Crawford's energy seems kind of suspect in my opinion, and I would definitely, have to agree. D-Town Boxing is back with us. D-Town, can you hear us? Is the echo still going on?
I heard you.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, sorry. That was another super chat. Thanks, Dion, again, supporting the channel all over again. Always a pleasure, sweetheart. Thank you for your support. Dion says Terrence Crawford's comments about being a fan is disingenuous. I would have to agree, Dion. Thank you so much. So, D-Town, you heard the piece of audio. Film Study gave his perspective. What's your perspective on what you heard Crawford say?
Well, we all know that Terrence Crawford, well, what I feel is my opinion. I feel like that Terrence Crawford really envies Errol Spence Jr., dislike him and things like that. So I believe that he's trying to persuade the people or make the people believe that he really likes Errol Spence Jr. He don't hate him. He's not envy of him about the things that Errol Spence have done in his career. We all know. We heard the things that Errol Spence said. We heard the things that Terrence Crawford said and Bo Mack said. A lot of us feel like that they are jealous of him or just mad because Errol Spence did it the right way. So I believe that Terrence Crawford right now, since the fight is happening, he's trying his best to say things to make people believe that he likes Spence. He's not against him. Whatever he needs to say to make the people believe him. We have heard him many times tell us one thing and then do something totally different. So I don't believe what he's saying. You could tell when a person talk if it's real or it's not. You know what I'm saying? Some people just blowing hot wind. Terrence Crawford been blowing hot wind since he came to the 147 division back in 2018. So if I don't believe him then, I don't believe him now. I just believe that he's trying to paint a picture to make us believe that, he liked Earl Spence. He always liked him or, cut for him or whatever the case might be. But we all read through that. Anybody with common sense read right through that the man still has something in his heart against Errol Spence Jr.
Right. I have to agree with you, man. Because my thing is, you don't have to try to act like. See, when it's not organic, then you guys start making up all kind of stuff. You have to try to put on a facade. You have to try to entice people to believe, an illusion instead of just always just keeping it 100. So, do you think that that's a ploy that Crawford is trying to use to get in Spence's head, or do you genuinely think he's really a fan deep down in his heart?
I don't think he can get in Spence's head at all. I think if anything, Spence is getting in his head. I seen the way Terrence Crawford was looking at Errol Spence Jr. You don't have to do all that if you believe in yourself. When you don't believe in yourself, you have to make people to believe or do extra things to make people believe that you're that guy. If you're that guy, you don't have to do all that. Look at Errol Spence Jr. He looked at the man normal, wasn't mad, wasn't trying to do that long, what they call it, 1,000-yard stare. You don't have to do all those things. You can just be yourself. Don't do all that extra stuff. You know what I'm saying? Doing too much extra can make you seem out of the ordinary. I believe that he's intimidated by Errol Spence. Do I believe that he believes that he's going to lose? No, I believe he has faith in himself. But the deal is you don't have to do all that. If you that guy, just be that guy. Be normal. Be yourself. Don't do all that extra stuff. Don't say all this extra stuff. Just do you. If you do you and be you, then I salute to that. But when you do all that extra stuff, I can't get with that.
Very great point. Let me get this super chat. And I got Dub right side in the background. Definitely going to let him on. Mr. AMG, thank you for your contribution and your support. Another day one supporter, as always. Mr. AMG, happy Father's Day to you if you are a father. Says Bud is just lying like he always do. Period. Thank you for your contribution and your support, Mr. AMG. I would have to agree that Bud has been lying lately, so it's hard to actually, believe him. Knight Rider, again, thank you for your contribution and your support, as always, again and again and again tonight. Um, Knight Rider says, and it's crazy to me how they are hiding Bernie. Yeah, yeah, indeed, indeed. Let me let Dub right side in. Dub right side, you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Happy Father's Day if you're a father, brother.
Absolutely. Happy Father Day to you. Happy Father Day to my brother D-Town, man. Much love to both y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat as well, man. Much love.
So Dub, man, you heard the audio where Terrence Crawford said he's the underdog in this fight. The odds are stacked against him. Of course, we know that the bet odds are not stacked against him. But he also said he was a fan of Errol Spence. I know you were picking him to win. What's your take on that, bro?
Hold on. I'm picking who to win.
I thought you was picking Crawford to win, Dub.
No. Listen. And I'm a fan of Bud. I'm a
Okay.
Bud fan. I like Bud.
Okay.
But I got EJ. I think EJ beat. I ain't gonna say he beat the brake shoes off this man, in my opinion. It's just a bad. It's a bad matchup for him. A bad style fight for Bud, in my opinion. But now I'm picking EJ to win the fight. But at the same time, man, it's interesting that throughout or throughout this whole ordeal, since we've been trying to get this fight, we've all, as content creators, as fans of the sport, been pushing for this fight. It's interesting that you ain't heard Bud Bomac. You ain't heard them really give EJ no type of credit. He a drunk. He living paycheck to paycheck. These are the things that you've been hearing from Bud team. You know what I'm saying? And now it seems like that he that I don't know. He's kind of had a change of heart. He seems more what's the word I want to use here? I don't know. He seems to be more, not necessarily genuine. I don't know the word I'm looking for, but it just doesn't seem him and his team have that same energy. You know what I'm saying? That they had originally for Errol Spence. And it's interesting because if you go back and listen to EJ speak on Bud, EJ is always giving Bud credit. Always. You know what I'm saying? You never really heard him talk in a negative fashion toward Bud. You know what I'm saying? You've heard that from Bud's side. I seen somebody, they brought up Bernie. Go listen to Bernie live. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Bernie for, hey, one thing I'll tell you, I think Bernie, he'll be good at selling the fight, but you ain't got to be that disrespectful to the way that they done been disrespectful. And so that's the word respect. They're showing much more respect now. I credit them for it. I do credit them for it, but at the same time, it just seems to be, now that the fight is here, right? Now that you're going to have to get in the ring with this man, now that you're really going to have to stand in front of him toe to toe, it seems like it's a little different now. It just seems like it's a little different. Even when it's Bomac out there talking, I mean, it is what it is. So at the end of the day, man, I'm excited. I will say this. I thought the press conferences this week have been horrible. I thought the energy was lackluster. I think the after the fight, you know what I'm saying? The post I say fight, the post conference interviews, those type of things, I think they've been more exciting. But overall, I thought that both sides could have had more energy, and it's been kind of lackluster. But man, I'm happy that the fight is here, and it seems like right now, man, Bomac, Bud, it seems like they understand what they have on their hands now. All the rah-rahing is no longer rah-rahing. It's more, and it is what it is. It is what it is. But man, I'm excited for the fight. I'm excited and happy that the things have worked out the way that they've worked out to some degree. All I will say is, man, I just wish that both individuals had a little more energy, including their team, their coaches, in the press conference. When you have somebody like Brian Custard up there, Brian Custard understands how to control the audience. He understands how to speak on the big stage. He's taking, this is what he does. And then when you have individuals following them and they come in with well, it's going to be a good fight and we're going to come in, and it's like, nah, bro. I need y'all to come with some energy, man. Come with the energy in this situation. But overall, man, I'm excited for it. And so we'll see what happens. But I'm picking EJ. I got EJ all day.
Yes,
You know,
indeed. Yes, indeed. Go ahead, D-Town. You got it.
you know what I think? I think the reason why the energy is a little bit lower than what we expect, because both of these guys are killers. And EJ ain't gonna take no mess, and Terrence Crawford ain't gonna take no mess. So I think that if they actually show the true them with the kind of men that they are, with the testosterone that they are, and how they feel about themselves, they probably be swinging on the stage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't think Brian Custer gonna be able to hold him back, because I know EJ ain't trying to hurt. I'm telling you, I didn't seen this man. I didn't seen this man talk to Kell Brook. Told that dude, okay, I'm gonna hold you to your word. Like right now, Errol Spence is not playing with Terrence Crawford. I mean, Errol Spence have a lot of things on his chest to get off in that ring, and the same way with Terrence Crawford. But EJ not playing with this man, and I mean, I could be wrong, and I know it's a lot of respect, for both of those guys toward one another. But I believe that if anything or anybody show too much testosterone, they probably be rolling up and down that dang stage. That's what I believe.
Yeah, well, listen, I will tell you, they both have killer instincts in them, and so that will produce some fireworks in this fight. Greg Quarterbaum, thank you so much again, Mr. Greg, for your contribution to the channel and your support. And Mr. Greg says, Boy Scout cookies, LOL, good one. Good one, Manager Marty, except they will have sleeping powder in them. And that was from Mr. Greg. I think Mr. Greg is saying that because he is a Crawford fan, and he believed if they did have sleeping powder in them, I assume that he is referencing the fact that Errol Spence will go to sleep. I'm assuming that that's what he means.
That's
Look,
what I got from it.
hey, I need to go get that bottle of NyQuil that I always bring in here and do like this. That bottle of NyQuil, because I'm telling you right now, Terrence Crawford do not have more power than Errol Spence. Now, don't get me wrong. Somebody can get hit with something they don't see. Anything can happen. But I've seen that Kell Brooks said that Errol Spence had more power than Terrence Crawford. And even, Sean Porter says that Errol Spence have that thudding power and Terrence Crawford had that little flickering, whip, power. And also, too, I seen a trainer or some kind of coach said that he had dealt with Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford different times, had them hitting the body bag, and said that Errol Spence hit harder than Terrence Crawford. So what I believe, and like I said, I'm not taking nothing away from Terrence Crawford. I do believe he have a chance to win, but this is 147 division. Errol Spence is coming down in weight. Terrence Crawford is coming up in weight. Terrence Crawford is playing with the big boys. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the faith that I believe that Terrence Crawford have is toward the opponents that he beats. But Errol Spence, what he believe, how he believe in himself, is toward the opponents that he fought and who he beat. So what I'm saying is it's a different level. You know what I'm saying? That's like me saying that I'm an NBA star and I'm playing against people in college. I'm supposed to feel like this. But when you playing against people in the NBA, you in the NBA and you beat them, then that's a different, vibe, a different energy. So what I'm saying is I believe that, Terrence Crawford do have a chance to beat Errol Spence, but I just don't see it. I mean, I see one guy, J-Rock, whoever in the comments, I'm explain how Errol Spence go beat Terrence Crawford. I mean, if you watch Errol Spence fight and you watch Terrence Crawford fight, then, if you understand what you see, you can see that. Why should we have to explain to you what we see when you watching the fights just like us, if you ain't stealing them or not watching them? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that's what that is.
And this is the thing. I agree with you, D-Time. My thing, I think even like you broke down how Kell Brook, he spoke on the power aspect of it. Bud's specialty isn't really power. Bud, he a little strong, angry dude. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But his specialty, his timing, and his accuracy. He's able to catch you with them shots that you don't see, and that's really how he's able to hurt people. And so the real question for me in this fight is going to be, and I'm one of the people. I thought it was. I can't pick a knockout in this one. I think it goes to the cards. I think this fight truly goes to the cards, and that's how I'm looking at it. But I don't know. I could be very wrong on that. All I'm saying is that's how I just think both of them are such elite fighters that it's going to be hard for either one to stop each other. The thing is if you listen to Bud and even in his press conferences, he told you, yeah, when I get hit, I want to hit back. But that ain't the fight you need to fight, bro. If you fight that fight, you're gonna get hurt. You're gonna get broke down in this fight. Your best bet is to continue to box,
Yes.
and to make sure you throwing in between shots like you're so good at. That's your best time, or that's your best chance to win this fight. And so I just think that, man, the body work, the work rate of EJ is gonna be too high for him, and he's gonna get caught fighting a little more than he need to fight. And so when that happens, that's gonna favor EJ unless he can get in between. And the real question I want to see because I think he's gonna catch EJ with some hot shit. I think he's gonna catch him. And the question gonna be, when you catch him with your good shot, you know what I'm saying? When you catch him in between punches, do you hurt him? And if you don't hurt him, then that changes the whole fight for you, because at the end of the day, if you can't hurt that man, then he's gonna keep coming forward. And even when we've seen him get hurt, what does he do? He continues to come forward. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Uncle D, man. Uncle D in the building calling me a Bud hater. Stop it, man. I ain't no Bud hater. But EJ, we seen him get hit, and he's gonna keep coming forward. And so you're gonna have to stop that man. And so I think that if it goes all 12, I think EJ wins. And I just, man, Bud, he gonna have to come with it. But that's why I'm so excited for this fight, because I do think that Bud has something special. I think his timing and accuracy is there, and if he can catch you and clip you, he can finish you. It remains to be seen. EJ being clipped like that, hurt to the point that he gets stopped. It remains to be seen.
Well, you remember who was that? Adrian Broner. He said that Earl Spence, and we all know that timing beats speed. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, even if you got speed, you got timing. You know, timing works in between speed. And also, too, you have to remember that EJ, you know, as far as his pedigree as being in the amateurs, you have to know how to box. You know what I'm saying? So just because EJ don't use his boxing abilities, he have used it in the Mikey Garcia fight. So it's a lot of things that people don't know or don't believe that EJ can do. So if people are training for a certain Earl Spence Jr. and this man start pulling stuff out of the bag that you were prepared for, then you know it's going to be a whole different ball game. But then you also got to look at the punch output of Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford. And I did a video on that, comparing Earl Spence when he fought Sean Porter and Terrence Crawford when he fought Sean Porter. And it showed that Terrence Crawford threw less punches against a Sean Porter after Earl Spence beat him. And Earl Spence, when we know that Sean Porter trained his tail off to fight against Earl Spence, that Earl Spence landed more shots on that Sean Porter. So what I'm saying is that some people believe that the deep, you know, drowning or deep waters in the fight might be around the 8th or 9th round. But if Terrence Crawford can't keep up with EJ, he tries to, and he's not used to doing that, deep waters might come a lot sooner than we think. Because if you're not used to doing something, and you have to do it often, then you could tire yourself out. You got to move around more, because EJ is not going to allow you to just sit up and try to think or figure him out like Kell Brook and some of the other opponents that Terrence Crawford fought. EJ is going to pressure you, cut the ring off. It ain't going to be no holding. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying this on EJ because Terrence Crawford got things too. But I don't think Terrence Crawford has really tried at 147, because we have not seen anybody to bring the real Terrence Crawford out. So we really don't know what can Terrence Crawford do under a fight besides him fighting Sean Porter. He did do good against Sean Porter, but that was not the same Sean Porter. But he did what he had to do, and I don't take nothing away from Terrence Crawford, because that's Sean Porter's fault. He should have trained, you know. So me personally, I think that you ain't gonna be able to train for Errol Spence the way you need to in one training camp. You should have did that over the period of time you was at 147 by fighting better competition that would push you to that limit. But you can't fight lower level and train for somebody who's on top level. When I say top level, I mean like, A or whatever, they want to put them. So what I'm saying is that the volume of punches that Errol Spence is going to come with, if he try to keep up with that, it might tire him out. That's all I'm saying. Now, if he can, then we got a different ball game.
No, I agree with you, and it's interesting because we've always said, and what the phrase for Bud is he like to download information early. I don't think this is gonna be a fight. He really gonna be able to download information early like he want to, and what we've seen from him, just going off of what we've seen, he normally starts off in the orthodox stance and he switches to southpaw, which gives him the advantage against orthodox fighters. You know what I'm saying? And so in this fight, it ain't gonna be no switching for an advantage. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna be there. It's gonna be hard to out southpaw. And so when he goes and I look for how he comes out. You know what I'm saying? Because if he comes out orthodox, I think he's gonna have to stay orthodox in this fight to really be the best Bud we're gonna see in the fight. When he in that orthodox stance, you know what I'm saying? That's when he's gonna be able to paw down the jab. If you don't paw that jab down, if you don't stop that jab, then it's gonna be a lot of work rate coming towards you. EJ, he fight behind the jab, damn near. I mean, shit, I ain't gonna say. I think Devin has the best jab in boxing, but I just don't think that Errol Spence his jab is right there with it. You know what I'm saying? And it's so consistent and it's so regular, and everything comes behind that. When you have everything coming behind the jab, one thing we always say, the jab is the most important punch in boxing. Why? Because it sets the table for everything else. And when you have when you have the work rate with like that EJ has, when you have that jab that he has, bro, it's hard. It's gonna be really hard for you to go to that southpaw stance, letting that right hand be your lead hand. But then it's a closed stance match. It's no longer an open stance match like you want it to be. You ain't gonna be able to control the jab with your right hand. You know what I'm saying? When you go to orthodox. So I think it's so many things that goes into this fight. But overall, man, I just think that out southpaw and the southpaw is gonna be hard as shit for Bud. And excuse my language, I apologize, Marty. And
it's all good. It's all good.
It's gonna be tough for him, and so I look forward to seeing it, man, because that's what brings the intrigue into this fight. Both of them are very disciplined fighters, right? When you get in the ring, it's so interesting because I look at Bud's jab. Bud's jab is not nearly as good as EJ's. The lead hand isn't as good as EJ's. And he's going to have to stick to the orthodox stance to really control that jab. And we don't see that from Bud. We haven't seen that when's the last time we seen him fight a majority orthodox fight? That ain't what we see. You know what I mean? And so I just think that it's so many things. And the last point I want to bring up, if Igis Velasquez, if this man is able to rock you, if Gamboa is able to rock you, I gotta question your chin. I gotta question what your chin really is. You know what I'm saying? Will Bud hurt him? I mean, will EJ hurt him on the chin? Possibly, possibly not. But at the same time, if you able to be hurt by them guys, then I'm just saying, bro, it's just so many things that EJ does, and like I said, I'm a Bud fan. People will tell me I criticize Bud all day, but I rock with Bud. I do. I truly rock with Bud. I rock with EJ. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm just picking who I think wins the fight, right? And I just think that overall, man, EJ has a lot of things that goes against or that Bud's not going to be used to, and that it's gonna be to his detriment. So I gotta pick EJ. I gotta pick EJ to win the fight. But at the end of the day, man, I think it's still a true 50-50 fight. Actually, let me rephrase it. It's a 51-49 fight because I pick a winner. If I pick a winner, it can't be 50-50. And so I'm going with EJ. I think EJ has the overall better fundamentals. His punches come straight down the pipe more than Bud's does. Bud is more of a looping shot guy. If Bud has the fight on the inside, he usually likes to tie you up. We know EJ, he mirrors you, and then he mirrors and cuts the ring off. He frames, he pins. I mean, but he can't allow it to become an inside fight, but that wrestling background will come into effect, him being able to tie up and try to keep himself out of trouble. But at some point, he's going to have to fight on the inside, and he like to fight way too much. And so once you start fighting, bro, I don't think this the one. This ain't the fight to start fighting in. This is not the fight to start fighting in. Boxing out on from the outside, keeping your range, using your lateral movement, using your footwork, and we haven't even seen him utilize this footwork that much at the 47-pound division. So it's so many things that go into the fight. It's hard for me to pick Bud to win the fight because of all these things that we're bringing up right now. And we know EJ, like he told you. And one thing I always say, they call him Earl the True Spence for a reason. The man he tell you what he gonna do, and he do what he say. The man told you on ESPN, he said, "Shit, hey, I'm stepping when I get in the ring, and if he starts stepping, oh, it's gonna be, hey, Bud, you better be stepping in the opposite direction and making it a boxing match and keeping that distance, bro."
Absolutely. Let me get this super chat real quick. Mr. Greg, he says it's not just power, it's the accuracy and placement. Salute to you again, Mr. Greg. And we all know that Mr. Greg is an avid Terrence Bud Crawford fan. I seen one of my guys in the chat. Salute to everything boxing. My main man, Pots and Pans, everything boxing. Salute to him.
Shout
He's
out
in the
Keon.
chat. And we were just ear frying on Terrence Bud Crawford saying he's a fan. He said he's a fan of Errol Spence when he was in New York City's press conference, and I thought that was very interesting that he actually said that he was a fan when both of these fighters are entering into training camp, and they're supposed to be mentally preparing for a war. And so you hear Terrence Crawford calling him a fan. And this is interesting because for the last 2-3 years, we've seen Terrence Crawford openly, publicly, repeatedly criticize Spence over and over and over and over again, disrespecting, say all kind of stuff about him. Now he's been on the, criticism train with regards to Errol Spence's resume, particularly fighting Kell Brook and Sean Porter. And actually, he was on Sway in the Morning, Sway's Universe. And I don't know if y'all probably heard that, but I wanted to play a little bit about what Crawford said because he actually started criticizing Charlo, Jamel Charlo, and his resume. Hold on, let me roll the tape on that.
Just fight the greatest. That's what it is. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Just he wanted to accomplish something that I want to accomplish, and that's become welterweight undisputed champion of the world.
Well, that's interesting to me because we've heard Terrence Ball Crawford many times say he has no interest in being undisputed in the welterweight division because he's already done it. We've heard him tell Katie that. So it's like back and forth. He said he want to be undisputed when he's talking to this person, then he's talking to Ward, then he's talking to this person, he don't, then he want to, then he don't. He's just back and forth, back and forth. Now he's with Sway Universe, Sway in the Morning. That was literally on Sway's Universe on Wednesday. And Now he's saying he wants to accomplish the same thing as Spence. Then they're asking him about Charlo. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Yeah, but what about Charlo, man? Like I recall you saying that once, let's just assume hypothetically this goes according to plan, that you was willing to move up to 154 and fight one of the Charlo brothers. That's true, or both of them?
Yeah, man.
Is that still real?
He's a groupie. You know what I mean?
Talk your shit, bud.
I just feel like ever since I moved, and they was cool. You know what I mean? I'm still cool with Jamal. Jamal's still cool people, but Jamel, like, dude, just like weird. Like, he always angry. He always yelling. He always, doing some off the wall psycho type stuff.
But what is it between y'all two? How did that happen?
That's what I'm about to tell you.
Okay.
When I moved up in weight, and soon as I called out Spence and my name was being involved in Spence, he act like that was his fiance or something. He felt as if Earl couldn't speak for herself. He was, Earl Spence to do this, Earl Spence to do that, and you too little, and Lions, and it's Texas, and this and that. Boy, you from Lafayette, Louisiana, while you screaming Texas. And you from New York.
Mm-hmm.
Let me and Errol handle this, and you just sit in the sideline, because we all know he be beating you up in sparring. You know what I mean? That's why you know what I mean?
Is that a fact, though?
All right, I've heard enough. So here's the thing that's interesting. I've never heard. Now, listen. Now, I don't know too much about the guy, so I can only go by people sending me stuff about him. The guy, Bernie the boxing kid, right? Isn't he Terrence Bud Crawford's homie or something like that? Nobody says anything about him making videos and, you know what I mean, talking about how his homie Crawford's going to do this and that to Spence. But then here it go again. Bud Crawford, he is literally criticizing Charlo for saying that Spence is going to beat him when everybody in the world knows that Jermell Charlo and Errol Spence is in the same camp. They have the same trainer. They are friends. And it's like we talked about this before, detail on Tuesday's segment of the podcast. It's like Crawford is criticizing everybody else, but he's guilty of doing the same thing. He's guilty of having people. Forget Bernie the boxing kid. I think that's his name. Forget him. Look at Terrence Bud Crawford fans and the things that they say in my comment section, your comment section, Everything Boxing's comment section, Knockout Boxing's comment section, BFTB's I can go on and on about other YSM content comment section, right? They stick up for Bud and say all the things that, are against Spence. Even Crawford have content creators who have channels, no name, no blames, who all they talk about is uplifting Crawford and they don't hold him accountable. The point that I'm making is, what's the difference if Charlo big up his friend, a guy who's his stablemate, a guy that has the same manager, has the same trainer, is friends with him? Why is that taboo? Every time Spence or somebody in his camp do something, Crawford and they doing the same thing that they're criticizing other people for. That's interesting to me. Then he called the guy weird, all kind of stuff. Now, you mentioned detail that by him saying he's a fan of Spence, by Crawford saying he's a fan of Spence, deep down in his soul, he's jealous. Well, we know that Jermell Charlo is undisputed at 154. And he called Jermell out. So it's like, where's all this coming from, D-Town? This hypocrisy, brother. I mean, what's your take on that, D-Town? And Dub, give me your take on it.
Well, I mean, you got Keyshawn Davis. He running his mouth. He ain't telling him to keep his mouth closed. Other people that's in his camp, Bo Mack and all these guys. He ain't telling them to be quiet. You know what I'm saying? And the crazy thing about it Everything that we are talking about are things that they was talking about first. They was talking about that Earl Spence was drunk and Earl Spence this and that and that. Earl Spence one dimensional. Earl Spence living paycheck to paycheck. And soon we come and talk about Earl Spence ain't fought nobody. So once we make videos, talking about him, now we self-hate, and now we don't like to see a brother make it and all these crazy things. So before we start making videos about this, it was okay for y'all to down Earl Spence, and knowing that this man is doing his thing at 147. But you want to bring up everything you have done at 135, 140, all the way up to 147, like you just did something. You did something, don't get me wrong, but you can't bring that up into 147 and act like you just did a whole lot. So what I'm saying is, he pointing the finger, just like you said, Manager Marty, and you got three of them pointing right back at him, and he can't even see this. That's the crazy thing. He said Charlo is always angry. But did he say he was always angry? I mean, I'm not understanding. He's not paying attention to what he's saying. The man is just talking out the side of his neck without even listening. I think he needs to go back, watch some of the videos of the things he said before he say anything, so he won't look bad. Because ain't nobody got to talk about Terrence Crawford to make him look bad. He can do that all by himself.
I ain't mad. Oh, go ahead, Manager Marty.
No, it's on you, Doug.
No, I it's interesting because, like you said, Bud, and one thing I ain't gonna hold you. One thing I like about Bud, he a little angry he a little angry dude. You know what I'm saying? The problem is that, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I think that some of the things that Charlo says, you know what I'm saying, the energy Charlo come with, is very reflective of what Bud comes with. And a lot of times what happens is you become what you hate. You know what I'm saying? You become what you don't like. And I think Bud, he's in that same. I agree with Bud in this situation. I do think that Charlo, especially Mel, I think Maul is the calmer Charlo. Although Maul, that's a whole nother story. I don't want to get into Maul. But Mel, you know what I'm saying, man, at the end of the day, if it comes down to it, I think Mel, he'll take that fight any day of the week, 2 times on Sunday, and that's gonna be a hell of a fight for Bud to win. You know what I'm saying? And Bud, he has a chance to win that fight, but he got to get past EJ first. I think it's more that, and we've seen, you see this even with quote unquote friends, right? When an individual, he's supposed to be your friend and he take the other person's side, somebody else who is friend, and now all of a sudden you want to have smoke with him. I think that's kind of what's going on right here, because the way Charlo speaks, you know what I mean? And if you listen to EJ and Charlo when they talk, Mel especially, when they talk to each other, like EJ said, hey, he'll fight Mel. Mel said, I'll fight EJ. You know what I mean? It took a second for Mel to say that, but I think, man, it's one of them things. Oh no, they too cool, man. They friends. I don't like it because they friends. I don't like it because he's rocking with him. I think it's more. It ain't got nothing to do with necessarily boxing. I think it's more personal, where it's like you want people to like you, and in this situation, somebody that you thought you was cool with, possibly they picked the other fight over you, and then said that if you coming up to 54, I'm gonna knock your ass out. That's really what he said. And so I think that Bud, he take offense to it. It's interesting though, because when you have somebody like and we look at Bud, who he trains with, those individuals, this is not a hey, this was brought up to me. Somebody brought this up. My brother Bullet Gibson, he brought this up the other night, and he said, if you had a Shakur Stevenson couldn't go in and get good work with EJ. Why? Because EJ will break his ass too fucking quick. He'll hurt him. He'll hurt that man. You know what I'm saying? He'll have that man out on the stretcher. Go listen to Clarissa Shields. Clarissa Shields is a female. Listen to how she speak on EJ sparring with her. And what she said here? Nope, don't want that smoke no more. Don't want that smoke. Why you don't want that smoke? Because man, when EJ get in the ring, bro, it ain't no friends. I'm fighting. I'm ready to. I'm rocking. Hey, I'm fighting. Go listen to. We all know Floyd Senior was one of the first individuals to kick EJ out the goddamn, kick him out the gym when he was sparring Floyd. Why they kicked him out the gym? Because he was putting hands on Floyd. It is what it is. Floyd, he'll tell you, hey, it was good work. Shout out to Floyd. Yeah, you don't hear Floyd tell you he got a lot of good work from a lot of people. That ain't what he say. And one person he'll tell you he got good work from before the Garcia, not the Garcia fight. The oh man, what's his name?
Was it Guerrero?
Robert Guerrero fight. Thank you. Before that fight, that's when he got that sparring in with EJ, and it wasn't easy work, bro. It wasn't easy work for Floyd, like he's gonna tell you it's gonna be. And so
he kicked him out the gym because he smiled. He smiled after, like, he gave Floyd a tough round, and he smiled on his way back to the corner, and that pissed Floyd off, and he's going back and forth.
Floyd Senior was the one trying to throw him out the gym.
Yeah,
Floyd
because they was about like Floyd went off because all right. So I want you to imagine this, right? Imagine you the best fighter in the world, and I've seen this before where amateurs touch up stars, right? So he touches them up, and on the way back, you know how when you're walking back to your corner, say EJ smiled at Floyd, and Floyd went the fuck off. So after the session, Spence is still having a good session. They kicked him out, and they ended up calling Spence back that next day. And, if you know the story, we all know what happened the next day. Floyd was Floyd.
Salute to you, YSM Sports Media. Happy Father's Day weekend to you.
Happy Father's Day to you.
Shout out to my boy
and
YSM,
any other fathers on the panel. Appreciate y'all. I did want to talk about the Charlo thing, right? Now, Terrence Crawford is a great fighter, right? In today's time, I wouldn't call him a great fighter all the time. That remains to be seen. We'll find out within the next year or two if he's an all-time great. But the shit with Charlo, if I'm being fair, it's a clout chase. And does Terrence Crawford have more clout than Charlo currently? Yes, but it's still a clout chase because have you petitioned your super champion status to come up and face me? No. You got fights with Earl Spence, 2 of them. Yes. Then why the fuck are you talking about me? If you haven't done your part to move up to fight me, then stop mentioning my name. Like, it's either you want to fight or you don't. If you want to fight, you got your trump card. Okay, we'll play it. If you don't want to fight, then shut the fuck up.
YSM, let me ask, do you think Bud truly want to fight Mel?
Do I think Bud would fight Mel, or do I think Bud's trying to fight Mel?
Do you think he wants to fight Mel?
I think he wants to fight Mel eventually. Do I think he wants to fight Mel now? Fuck no.
I don't think he want to fight Mel, bro. I don't think he want to. I think part of the reason he calls Mel out, he speak the way he speak about Mel, is to create that that dissonance right there. Hey, hell nah. You ain't gonna do this. You ain't gonna say this. And I don't think he won't smoke with Mel like that, bro. I really don't believe he do.
I'm gonna be honest, right?
And go ahead.
In no world could, in my mind, could Terrence Crawford beat Mel, and it's simply a size thing, right? He started off as 135 pounds, right? And he's had a great career, but they have weight classes for a reason. That motherfucker's a big 54. He's not a big 47. He's a big 54.
Thanks.
You haven't even faced the best at 47. So he's the best at 54, and he's a large man at 54. So no, I think Bud is using Charlo's name as a talking point to drum up buzz. but you haven't done what you need to do to secure a fight with Charlo. You haven't. Now, if you just want to go ahead with your fight with Earl Spence, it's a great fight. It's a lucrative fight. But then stop mentioning Charlo, bro, because you got no reason to bring his name up if you haven't put yourself in a position to fight him.
Facts.
This is you just calling him out just to call, like you're just saying his name just to say it at this point. And his fans is all going crazy. Yeah, Mel's scared. Mel's scared. He don't want the smoke. Well, what has Crawford done to show you that he want to fight Mel besides bringing his name up in a goddamn interview? I'm being fair. I'm being fair, man. I'm just saying.
Hey, can I real quick, YS, man? I don't know if I ever asked you this question. Who you got winning this fight, bro?
I don't know. It's a 50-50.
No, you can't tell me you don't know. You got to pick
50.
somebody. You got to pick somebody, bro.
You got to come see. You got to come see me. Or like, I need to see the weigh-in because I was a guy that thought Terrence Crawford would stop Earl Spence after the car accident, after the torn retina. I'm thinking that Spence's body is breaking down, and Bud, he's primed to get him. Then I watched a couple more fights with EJ, and now it got me thinking, like, how the fuck is Bud gonna be able to keep EJ off him for 12 rounds? And so I'm just in the middle. Like I could see Terrence Crawford catching him in between his shots. Like, but I could also see an EJ just swarm him and just punish him. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to see how they look
on those in between shots. I agree with you. I think Bud can clip him multiple times in this fight. I think that's how special Bud is, in my opinion. And his timing, like I brought up earlier, timing, his accuracy, I think is elite. It's always the punch that you don't see coming. EJ, him having the work rate that he has, throwing the amount of punches that he has. The question is do you, in your opinion, do you think that Bud can hurt EJ? That and in my opinion, that's what it really comes down to.
Yes, I think Bud can hurt EJ.
Okay. I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at it at all.
Like, we've seen EJ hurt. So I think Bud can hurt EJ. I think EJ can hurt Bud.
Bun do hurt
Willie.
EJ, respectfully.
Yeah, but Willie. You know what I'm saying? It's a different story when that motherfucker gets stronger as the fight comes. Like you rarely see some shit like that. Like, he got gears, and as soon as you start to push back, people like,
hold on. You're breaking up, brother. You're breaking up. YSM, you're breaking up, brother.
Shit, through like Penny Pack Park. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you breaking up, YSM. Yo,
is it better now?
No,
I'm like,
straight. You straight now, though.
Okay. No, I was saying EJ just got gears. He just gets stronger. Like, the more you bring the fights on, the more he turn it up.
I agree, and that's why in the later rounds, that's why we're going to see him go to different levels, and we haven't seen Terrence Crawford defend those type of levels in the later rounds. So it's definitely going to be an interesting fight. Let me get the super chat real quick from my guy Toon, always supporting the channel, always contributing to the channel. Salute to you, Toon. Happy Father's Day if you are a father. Toon says, I think I like Crawford, honestly. I just think his fans make me dislike him. They overstate his achievements. Dude maybe beat 2 Hall of Famers his whole career. Good fighter, skill-wise. Great resume is off. I salute you, Toon. Thank you for contributing to the channel. It's always good to see you, Toon. I would have to agree. I mean, I got so many people. This is the honest to God truth. I got like 5 people in the background as we're talking right now, trying to jump on this panel. The chat is on fire tonight. YSM, I'm going to say one of the famous lines that you love when I say, but the viewership is increasing exponentially.
Exponentially.
Exponentially. And I want to let them on. Dub right side, if I may use your word, I want to let you guys on respectfully. But the time, we can't do 5 hours tonight, y'all. I have a very, very busy day tomorrow. I can't do, because sometimes YSM, I let people on and I want to, make sure everybody get their time to, put their perspective out there. And then we be on here for 4 hours, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. You know what I'm saying? So what I want to do is this, because this is the Roller Tape podcast with Manager Marty, and we like to keep it all the way 100. We like to give everybody opportunity to come on when we can. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to light the panel up because it's something I want to talk about. And I want each and everybody's perspective, right? And then we all going to bust out. So this is what I'm going to do. In the order that you came on, I'm going to bring you on. And I'm going to make sure the panel is on fire. YSM, you stay right where you at if you want. Dub, you can stay right where you at if you want as well. I'm bringing King Asia Math. King Asia Math. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right, hold your horses, King Asia, because I got 2 other people. Was it 2 or 3 other people? 1, 2, 3 other people I want to bring on. But before I bring them on, I wanted to hear your perspective. You was chatting me personally in the live stream, and you wanted to give a different perspective on. You a Bud Crawford fan?
I'm not a fan. I'm a more so of a supporter who I feel will win this fight. As of 20, I've been saying this way back in 2015. Spence is going to, be undisputed in the welterweight division. Just give it time. And I don't even think Bud had moved up during that time. That's during the time when Keith Thurman was ducking him.
Oh, so you think? Okay, hold on for a minute. So you think Spence is going to win against Crawford?
Oh, it's a matter of fact, I know. I sent you the email with the bet I have with Bernie the Boxer. I don't put money on it. So, check your email.
Oh, okay. You know what? I think I did get an email, but your name wasn't King Asia Math on there though, right?
No, because that's a female friend of mine. You might as well say an ex. And so she has my account. I has her account. I just put King on it so people wouldn't confuse me as a female.
Oh, I understand. Okay, because I did retrieve an email and I didn't know who it was from because a lot of people.
No, it's Asia Math on it, but I can't put the King on that because she's the one that created the account. She has my account. I has her account.
I got you. Okay, good. Okay, got you. Okay, stay right there. Let me bring on AD. No, not AD. Hold on, AD. I see you, but TBE was on before you. Hold on. I want to make sure everybody get opportunity. TBE, are you there?
Yes, I am. How you doing, guy?
I'm doing good. Oh, King Asia, let me tell you this. If you are a father, happy Father's Day to you.
Yes, sir. Father of 5 beautiful daughters. They gave me one. They're a gift within themselves, but the gift they gave me this year, oh my God.
Awesome. All right, salute to you. And TBE, if you are a father, happy Father's Day to you as well.
Thank you. Same to you. Same to everybody on the panel.
Yes. So TBE, are you a Terrence Bud Crawford fan?
I'm a boxing fan. But I think Bud is going to win the fight.
Okay. Let me reframe the question. Do you follow Terrence Bud Crawford?
I follow more than Terrence Crawford. I follow boxing. Not just Terrence Crawford, but I think he's going to win. If that's what you want to know.
Oh, okay. No, I was just asking because some people, they're really Terrence Crawford fans when they jump on the panel, and then when I ask them, they say I'm a boxing fan. And then when I start asking questions, it comes out and is revealed that they're Crawford fans. I was just asking just because I just wanted to know. It's no big deal. Hold on, let me let AD, you with me, AD? Salute. You're muted, AD.
Salute, Manager Money.
Shout out to my brother AD, man. Shout out to him.
Shout out to you too, brother.
I just wanted to say what up to everybody on the panel. I just wanted to jump in and just say what up, Manager Money, and to everybody on the panel.
I appreciate you, AD. Happy Father's Day to you if you're a father, brother.
Thank you.
Now, here's the thing, AD. I got to say this because this is the second time you joined the panel, and every time I see you, I have to remind you of this because it made me laugh when you did it. You remember that time we were on Monty Brown TV channel,
Mm-hmm.
and me and Blue Blood Sports TV, we was having that little dialogue where he basically sends a subliminal that he's going to come on my channel and send the link. You remember that months ago?
Yeah.
And the thing about it is that you partly instigated that. I just wanted to make a joke with you on that.
Yeah.
Because when he came on, he didn't know I was there. And you were saying, and I didn't know you then, of course. I didn't know any of you guys then. Yeah. And you was like, yo, Blue, Manager Marty here. Yeah, there you go right there. Yeah, say all that. Yeah, say all that to him. So I just thought that was interesting, man. Good to see you tonight, my brother.
You too.
All right, so this is what we're going to do right now. I want to give everybody a chance. YSM is back on, right? So I want to post something because I did promise all of viewers that I was going to speak on this. And I wanted to make sure I put it on the screen so that everybody can, take a look at it real quick. And that's this, if y'all can see that. This is from Boxing Scene. This is an article that Boxing Scene reported on where Crawford himself said, and I'm going to quote, this is a quote from Terrence Crawford on June the 16th of this year, which obviously we know was today. Boxing Scene put this out. And he said, if I didn't call Spence, we wasn't in contact with one another, this fight would not have even happened. That's Terrence Bud Crawford's words. Let me put that back on the screen so everybody can see it. Because I know Terrence Bud Crawford fans going to be all in the chat with the fingers and in the comment section throwing shots at me saying I said it. So these are the words of Terrence Crawford himself. He said if he would have not initiated contact with Spence, this fight would have never, ever even happened. TBE, 30 seconds. What's your take on that, bro?
I think that's true. We did see Spence when they were together, and they were talking about Spence fights coming up, and he was mentioning Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, not Keith Thurman, but Sean Porter, and he rolled up a list of names. And Terrence Crawford asked him, he said, well, is my name on there? And Spence said no. And then recently, Spence said himself that he didn't start thinking about the Terrence Crawford fight until after he beat Ugas. So that's the end. I mean, that's it right there. There's nothing else to be said.
Oh, okay. I mean, I personally don't agree with that perspective, but I appreciate you, sharing that perspective. And the reason why I say I don't agree with it because Spence been saying for years that he wanted to fight Terrence Crawford way before he fought Ugas. Matter of fact, he was on a podcast, I believe it was 2021. He was on a podcast with Brian Custer, and Brian Custer asked him, "What will your next 3 fights be?" And he actually basically put Terrence Crawford's name in the 3 fighters, and he said he wanted to fight Crawford after he finished beating Pacquiao because at that point Pacquiao was still the WBA champion. So I would have to disagree with that perspective that Spence been talking about fighting Crawford for the last couple of years now.
I can only take him at his word.
Ask one question.
I can only take him at his word.
All right,
he said that he did not start thinking about fighting Crawford until after he beat Ugas. So, and that was recently in the interview while he was doing this tour a couple of days ago. So, I mean, I don't know what he said when you saw him, okay, and he probably said a lot of different things over the years, but I'm just going by what he said recently and what he said previously, and so I think I should take him at his word.
Okay, cool. Dub, was that Dub right side?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask one quick question. If you want to, and I have no problem with you saying that, brother. The thing is we all know Bud Crawford, the man was undisputed at 140, right? When he moved up, according to him, according to Bomac, They went the Jeff Horn route. They said that was the easy route. Why didn't if he truly wanted to fight Spence like he's saying, why didn't he try to make himself the mandatory for the IBF when at that current moment in time when he moved up, Spence held the IBF. I believe Danny Garcia held the WBC, the WBA, excuse me, and then Thurman held the WBC. Why didn't he make himself the mandatory for Spence? Why did he make himself the mandatory for Jeff Horn in moving up in that situation?
Well, you got that wrong. He didn't make himself the mandatory for Jeff Horn. He's automatically, if he decides as a WBO champion at 140 that he wants to fight Jeff Horn, who's the WBO champion at 147, all he has to do is move up and demand a fight with Jeff Horn. That's it. That's WBO rules.
So he couldn't do that with the IBF?
No, and neither with the WBA or the WBC. He couldn't do that.
And we could prove this isn't true. This is how we prove it.
Wait, Doug, that's not true. That's not true. You can petition at the WBO. You have to be a super champion. Not every WBO champion is a super champion, but you have to petition. Just like Charlo, you can petition as a champion of another weight class to become the mandatory for the weight class above. Now they can accept or deny, but you can petition. No, it works. It works the same way with the WBO. You just have to be the super champion to do it, but you still have to petition to do it.
No, but I think that when you talk about the WIBF and let's look at Spence, right? When is the last time you defended the IBF belt against a mandatory?
That's irrelevant to the.
No,
that's irrelevant to what you brought up. Though.
Can I answer that question?
You're saying that he could have petitioned to be the mandatory. I'm saying to you, if that's the case, when was the last time that Spence defended the IBF title? If he could petition to do that,
wait. He defends the IBF title every time he fights, but he didn't have an IBF mandatory. I'm not even a Spence fan, and I wanted him to vacate that belt, but he didn't have an IBF mandatory.
Again, so you're telling me that there's nobody waiting to fight Spence in the IBF. There's no number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 ranking.
Do you want me to give you step by step exactly what happened that caused him not to have an IBF mandatory?
Respect to the panel, Marty said he was about to leave. We're holding him up now.
I'm just making the point that I'm just making the point to you, bro. That again, I don't know if you've been watching boxing, but you know there's a lot of politics involved with the IBF, the WBC, the WBA, everybody knows. I mean, with their rankings, you have people right now that's been waiting for a fight with Spence for years. He hasn't defended any of those belts. I mean, against mandatories. I'm not talking about unification fights. I'm talking about against mandatories. So when was the last time Spence defended a mandatory? When was the last time he fought a mandatory?
His last mandatory was Danny Garcia, and I do more than watch boxing. Like I don't need to take jabs at you, but the last mandatory was Danny Garcia.
How long ago was that?
I can tell you the reason why there wasn't an IBF mandatory. But this is the fight before 2 years ago.
The thing is I sat here and I watched Bomac on the panel, the way Manager Marty has his panel going tonight. I watched Bomac on the panel tell us that the reason we went the Jeff Horn route because why wouldn't we go the easy route? That's what Bomac said.
Yeah, I didn't say easier to make. The fight is easier to make.
Cool. No problem. Yeah. No problem. All I'm saying is if he's saying that it's easier to make, then it also is saying that they had the opportunity to go challenge Earl Spence and in that same breath.
Look how long it took to make the fight now. Hold on, brother.
Let me just finish my point, and I'll let you cook, brother. Respectfully. I say that respectfully. So if they had that opportunity and they wanted to, what they've said is we've been calling for this fight since, and according to them, since we was at 35 moving up, we've been calling for this fight. They had the opportunity to make it, and Bomac told us, well, why would we go that route if we could have went the easy route and fought Jeff Horn. This is what Bomet said. And so, I mean, and even if you want to say that the easy route is making the fight, which is fine. I'm fine with that. You know what I'm saying? Being able to make the fight. The same way y'all would sit here and criticize EJ and say he took the easy route when this man went and collected 3 belts individually. That ain't the easy route. Nigga, that's the hard route. That's the route that we want fighters to take. And so if Bud had the opportunity, and then y'all will sit here and tell me that EJ was the one who took the easy route, but won't hold Bud accountable, I don't understand that. You got to hold both fighters accountable equally, but I don't see that happening.
But there's nothing to hold Spence accountable for. He did what he said. Bomac gave him the blue route if there was an easy route. He gave him the blueprint for taking the easy route because they took the easy route. But I did want to answer Manager Marty's question, if we could get back to that.
Well, I was still waiting. I know TBE kind of derailed the topic, and y'all was talking about that. So I did want to make sure that we answered the question. I wanted everybody's perspective on that. I think I got TBE's perspective. King Asia, go ahead. So we've seen the article. Let me pull it back up for the new viewers that's watching now and those that are waiting to talk about this. I have my homegirl all the way from the Philippines. She's in the background. You know I got to let her on. But before she comes on, let me just hurry up, put this back up there. These are Terrence Bud Crawford words himself. And he said, if I didn't call Spence, we wasn't in contact with one another, this fight would not have happened. So my question on the panel tonight, before we go, is do you agree or disagree? And if you do or don't, give us your why. King Asia, it's on you. Rate you, I'm about to let you on. Go ahead, King, talk to us.
Well, either he was lying then or he's lying now, because it was all in the reports that he had last year that he had agreed to everything on multiple at multiple times during multiple negotiations. He agreed to everything. So if how many times you got to agree to everything to get everything? So if you agree to everything, then why do you need to call Spence now? In what month was this? June or May? When did this phone call get made? Well, just that we just gonna say 2020.
January. He said January of this year.
Okay. So why would you have to do something in 2023 and you didn't agree to everything in 2022?
Marty, please let me go next.
Well, listen. Hold on, 8D. You know I was gonna let you go next, but my man pulled rank because he's the one that made me famous. He's the one that have all the thousands of views of interviews of me, so I got to return the favor to my guy, and he's from my city too. I got to look out for him. Go ahead, YSM. You next, brother. Speak on it. It's all yours.
AD, I'm sorry for jumping the line, but I have to say this because he brought up a real good point. I'm not a Spence nor Crawford fan. I could care less, all right? But I'm an advocate for truth. So he's saying that the reason why the fight happened is because he called Earl Spence in January, right? But that wasn't the only phone call he made. So if he called Earl Spence in January 1st wanting to get this fight done, then what was he doing calling Black Prime to possibly get another fight done? And they suggested Boots, and then they reached out to Boots. What was he doing meeting with Alexis Roca, representation in Golden Boy Promotions? You want to get if you really want Spence, what are you doing pursuing these other fights?
Well, you keep your options open.
Yeah, but if you're saying that that's the fight, see, EJ, and like I said, I'm not a fan, but let's be honest, EJ has strictly said, I want Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford fans are making it seem like Terrence Crawford only wanted EJ, but his behavior is showing otherwise.
Well, Spence did say.
Did you really want to make the fight with Boots? And by Mr. Bosey saying that he has to get Espinosa involved, did you kind of lose your trump card? Because you kind of pulled the same thing before in negotiations with the David Avanesian Black Prime thing.
Well, Spence did say that they tried to get him to fight somebody else. They didn't want him to fight. He said that himself. He had to sit out for a whole year
Whoa,
because he
whoa,
wanted to fight
whoa.
Crawford.
The
I didn't want to
WBC,
fight
the
Crawford.
WBC ordered Keith Thurman after Terrence Crawford chose to fight David Avenesian.
No, I'm just saying what Spence said. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't,
and
you
I'm
know, I'm
giving
just,
and I'm giving you the
I,
context. I'm giving you the context of what happened, right?
But when we even regardless of what these fighters say, we still have to make sure that we taking in consideration what these sanctioning bodies are gonna do. And this is why I'm saying the man had the opportunity to move up and put himself in position if he really wanted to fight EJ from the beginning. He had that opportunity. You can't deny that. And so at the end of the day, man, I mean, it is what it is. I'll pass the mic. I don't want to be long-winded, but
Hey, Doug, what I'm saying is, if you really wanted that fight, right? Like EJ buckled down and told his people, I want this fight, make this fight happen. Terrence Crawford is doing multiple side negotiations, just like he did in the first negotiation. I feel like the only reason why the boot shit fell through is because now you involve Espinosa, who's involved with the negotiations with Earl Spence. So you're telling me
exactly.
you're telling me that you want to fight my guy, but then you're reaching out the back channels to try to get to my other guy, thinking Brom, thinking that Mr. Bosey would do business directly with them without involving Espinosa. That's not how he does things. So now that alerts Espinosa that you're negotiating on the side. So which one is it? Do you want to fight me,
But
or do you want to do another side fight?
I want to do
How about
both.
that?
and that's the thing. And real quick, and that's the thing. Like YSM just said, he said when Bud made those moves, he showed that. Now, hey, although EJ sat there and regardless of what you want to say about him, the man sat there. They tried to push Keith Thurman out there, and the man said, "I ain't fighting him. I'm fighting you. This is the fight I want." This is what the man did. So when you give me all this other bravado, and then I have facts to go and look at, it's hard for me to say that. You can't tell me EJ didn't want to fight. EJ is the reason the fight is happening.
Did
He literally sat out. He literally sat out and didn't fight to make this fight happen. And
well,
so I just don't
would not stop the
understand
fight from happening.
hold up, brother. Hold up, brother. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you cook real quick though. It's hard for you to say these type of things with the facts that are backing up what actually happened. It's hard for you to say that. And when you say those things, you sound ridiculous. And the reason you sound ridiculous is because we literally watched the man sit out and not make fights, not even be active.
Nice picture.
You know what I'm saying? Be inactive to make sure that he was fighting Terrence Bud Crawford. You can't say that this man didn't want to fight.
And
nice picture, Marty.
I'm sorry?
So that was a nice picture you just showed. Did you show that picture just now?
Yes, that's a segment called that's a segment that's called Nip It in the Bud. We kind of like try to go over that segment a little earlier, and it sounds like you may have been a good contestant on the TBE. Let me put something in your spirit real quick, TBE. So you are aware that Errol Spence set out for a whole year so he can make this fight happen with Crawford. You agree with that, right?
No. He sat out for a year, but I don't think if you'd have made another fight, that would have stopped the fight with Crawford. Just like Crawford fight Avenesian didn't stop the fight being made with Spence. The fight is on July 29th.
Delusional.
And all of this.
Hold on, Doug. I got him. So TBE, are you cool with Terrence Crawford, who was in negotiations with Spence and Spence's team, and he basically did bad business with them, poor due diligence, did not have adequate representation? Are you cool with him dissing them and not giving them any information by sliding over behind a backdoor deal with BLK Prom to fight David Avenesian? You cool with that?
Okay, Manager Marty.
Hey, hold on. TBE.
Could I answer the question my way, or you want me to answer it your way?
No, TBE. Let's just make it simple. It's just a yes or no. It's just a.
Well, now you want to force me to answer the question. Well, all I'm saying
it's
to
just
you
yes
is
or
this.
no. I'm not trying to force you. Hold on, TBE. Hold on.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, TBE. Hold on for a second. I'm not trying to force you to answer it my specific way.
So
You
why
got
are you
to
telling me yes or no?
because the way that I presented my question, it just requires a yes or a no. I'm asking you personally as a fan, are you cool with it? It doesn't require beating around the bush. It's just yes or no.
I'm not
You
cool
cool
with
with it? Yes or no?
I'm not cool with your description of what you just said. I don't think that's accurate. Okay, so so how could I, answer the question yes or no when your description is not even accurate?
Well,
TBE, let
Terrence,
me ask you a question. If Earl Spence left negotiations with Terrence Crawford to pursue a fight with David Avenesian, would you be critical of Earl Spence?
If he left the negotiations to negotiate with Avenesian,
Yes.
he fought. Terrence Crawford fought Avenesian.
I said if Earl Spence would have left negotiations with Terrence Crawford to go fight David Avenesian, would you have been critical of Earl Spence? Yes or no?
No, for what? That's
so
his business.
so
If he want to do, that's his business. He's a
oh,
boss. I mean, if he wants to make some more I'm not going to give up $10 million because I'm negotiating
okay,
with Earl
great.
Spence.
Okay, so TBE,
Are you
so
serious?
TBE.
We,
Even
we
if
just
even if
we
Hold
Spence
on,
just
hold
said
set
on.
he
you up
had
for
One
agreed
mic.
to
Hold on,
success.
everything in the
whoa, whoa,
negotiation.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Everybody, hold on for a second. This manager Marty talking. Everybody, hold on for a minute. Everybody, mute your phone if you can, please. Everybody, mute your phone in the panel, please. TBE. I just want to make sure we clear because YSM asked you a question. I just want to make sure we all clear. And I appreciate everybody muting their phones. Appreciate it. TBE, YSM Sports Media just asked you a question and you said you were cool with it and you would not criticize Spence. So we had to go all around that way. Basically, you are cool with Crawford fighting Evanesian. Great. You mentioned $10 million. Please, everybody mute your phones. You mentioned $10 million that Terrence Ball Crawford made. I just want to ask you one question. How do you know that Terrence Ball Crawford made $10 million?
Oh man,
It's just a short answer
you
question,
guys,
sir.
you
It's
guys
just a
are
short answer question.
you guys gotta stop the cap, man. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Bro, I'm just asking you a question, bro. How do
It
you
was
know that man
it
made
was
that?
it was reported that he made $10 million, just like everything else is reported.
All right,
Okay,
great. Let's pull up the source because this is the Roller Tape channel. So who was the source that said that? We're gonna pull them up. Mic check. 1, 2. Hello, hello. My Michael. Can you hear me, TBE?
Marty, listen.
Oh, so you don't have the source.
So you
The
never,
brother doesn't.
so you
There
didn't
is
hear
no
it.
source.
So
There
you
is no
didn't. It
source.
wasn't reported to you that he made $10 million. You never heard of that before. That's the
Who
first time you're
reported
hearing it.
it?
Ho,
It's the
ho,
first
ho.
time you're hearing it from
Everybody
me.
mute your phones. I want to make sure I hear the brother. Mute your phones. What were
Is
you
it the
saying,
first
TBE?
time you're hearing that he was that Crawford made $10 million for that fight? Is that the first time you're hearing it from me?
Now wait a minute, TBE.
Now I'm asking
Now
you a question. Yes or
I know
no?
you are. Hold on, TBE. Let's be civil here. Let's be diplomatic about this. I asked you a question, and you're answering the question by asking me. Let's be diplomatic here. Can you just please? You made a public statement. Can you please reveal the source that you received the information from, so we can fact check it? Yes or no? Can you just give us the source?
First of all, again, that's irrelevant because it's well known, it's widely reported that he made $10 million. Now, whether it's accurate to the penny or not, that's neither here nor there. That's irrelevant.
Well,
But I'm sure he didn't fight for free.
TBE, you made it relevant because you said it as if it was a fact. So that's what made me ask you that question.
So it's not a fact. Is that what you're telling me?
Don't gaslight me, TBE. Please don't
I'm asking you
do
a
that.
simple question.
Don't You're going to turn this.
You're making a point of it. So I'm asking you, is that not a fact? Are you correcting me? Correct me if I'm wrong.
TBE, I don't want to make this a brother. We've been on for 3. I've been supposed to get off. I don't want to make this a session. I don't want to roll the tape on you, bro. It's
Correct
Father's
me
Day
if I'm
weekend,
wrong,
bro.
bro.
I'm trying. Huh?
Correct me if I'm wrong. If he didn't make $10 million, then correct me. I'm willing to be corrected.
Okay, I'm going to correct you on several points. Terrence
Okay, go ahead.
Ball Crawford never said that he made $10 million. When he was asked about it, he brushed it off. He brushed Brian Custer off, and he laughed it off because he knew it was not true. You said that Errol Spence did not wait a whole year to fight to fight Crawford. So then let me ask you this question. Did you ever hear Errol Spence say he's not fighting Keith Thurman? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Great. So you did hear him say that. Did he fight Keith Thurman? Yes or no?
I mean, no, he said that he wasn't going to fight Keith Thurman, and he said it again when he said that they tried to force him to fight Keith Thurman, and he refused. He sat out for a whole year.
Thank you. So when I just told you just a few minutes ago that the reason why Errol Spence sat out a whole year so that he can make the fight with Crawford, you said that that was not true, but now you're actually agreeing with me. You see my point?
No, I don't.
Is he fighting? Okay, is Errol Spence fighting Terrence Crawford on July 29th? Yes or no?
Definitely. As far as we know, it's happening finally.
Okay, great. So then you are also agreeing again that he waited a whole year to fight the guy that he's been saying for 2 to 3 years that he wanted to fight. You agree with that?
Again, you keep saying he said for 2 to 3 years that he wanted to fight.
Yes.
Now, again, I'm going to have to refer you back to the same Errol Spence you're talking about, where he said that he didn't start thinking about fighting Crawford until after he beat Ugas.
But that's not
I don't know
true,
what
though.
more. That's what. Well, tell that to Errol Spence. He's the one that said it.
All right, give us the source. I want to pull it up. Give us the source right now. Where he said that?
Fight Hub TV, the interview.
What date was it? I'm gonna pull it up.
He was talking about that he was talking about what was he? That's the same interview where he spoke about Blue Blood Sports switching. Blue Blood Sport. Why he asked Blue Blood Sports why he switched in that interview.
I didn't hear him say that. I
maybe you didn't watch
watched that interview.
Well, watch it again. Watch it again.
No, I heard that interview. I didn't hear. But you know what's interesting, TB? Let me just say this real quick, because I don't want to hold the panel up. I asked you when you first got on here, bro. I said, "Are you a Crawford fan?" What was your answer that you gave me?
I said, "I'm a boxing fan."
Yeah, and what do you recall? Do you recall my response to you when you said that?
Yeah, but I also told you that.
No, hold up for a second.
No, hold on. I also said that I said I'm a
question.
boxing fan, and I said that I believe that Crawford's going to win the fight. So just because I'm
TV, hold on for a minute. Relax.
Yeah.
I just asked you one question and you answered and then you went on. Hold on. So
I'm just nipping it in the bud.
Right. So you heard me ask you, were you a Crawford fan? You said I'm a boxing fan.
Yes,
my response to you was most people that come on the panel and hear me ask them, are you a Crawford fan? They say, oh, no, I'm a boxing fan. And then when we start getting into a dialogue, they start defending Crawford and it don't even be making sense. And then when I start asking questions, the real truth comes out. So are you a Crawford fan? If you are, it's okay, brother. There's no disrespect. I'm just asking you.
Again, I'm going to repeat myself.
Okay,
again.
you ain't got to repeat yourself.
I'm going to tell you that I'm a boxing fan. Okay,
I know.
And when I say a boxing fan, what I mean by that is this: I'm a fan of the Mayweather style of boxing. Okay.
Okay, I got you.
And not get hit. Okay?
I got you.
So if I'm looking at boxers, I tend to go for the boxer as opposed to the puncher or the brawler or whatever. I'm with the street science, and whoever represents the street science, that's all. As simple as that.
I got you. Everybody else on the panel, the thousands of people that's watching me live, and people in the chat, everybody except you knows that Errol Spence Jr. have waited out his whole career for 1 year, lost money that he could have made for a whole year to support himself and his family so that he can fulfill his word that his promise that he made that he was going to fight Crawford. Everybody else know that, but
Could I ask you a question, Marty?
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't mind?
Go ahead.
If Errol Spence had fought somebody else, what difference would that have made?
It would have made a heck of a lot of difference.
No, I mean before he fought Crawford, before they had made the agreement to fight Crawford. If he decided that, you know what, I want to take another fight in between before I fight Crawford, but we're gonna fight Crawford.
He didn't do that.
I'm saying, what difference would it have made? What difference would that have made?
It would have made a big difference Because you
Okay.
know what? Go ahead, I'm listening.
No, I'm not. I'm waiting for. I'm just saying. Okay, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
The reason why it would have made a big difference is because people that claim that they're boxing fans, but they're really Crawford fans, like kind of what you're doing, would have said that he's ducking Crawford and he's not keeping his word.
Why would
That's
you have
what you
said
would
that?
have. That's what y'all would have said because that's what y'all been saying about Boots and Crawford. Y'all would have ran that same play. So what he did was when he was in his hometown, he specifically said, "I beat Ugas. I got all three of the belts. Crawford, I'm coming to take your S2." And he's fulfilled his promise. And that's why he waited a whole year, like we all been saying. And now he's getting a fight that he really wants, and that's to fight Crawford. But when Crawford was in his hometown, after he beat Evanesian, he was asked about fighting Spence, and you heard what his response was, right, TVE?
No, I didn't. Enlighten me.
Well, aren't you a fan of boxing? You didn't hear his response? He's a boxer,
I
right?
don't hear everything that goes on in boxing. I mean, what do you think I am? God? No. Go ahead. What did he say? I want to know.
It's okay, TBE. It's all good. AD, you
Can,
proved my point. It's all good.
can I
AD,
say
you
one thing?
still
I just
there?
want to say one thing.
I'm still here.
My man. Hey Dub, hold on one second. I wanna give my brother respect because he joined the panel. He's been waiting patiently. I let YSM go in front of him. AD,
What's up, Manager Money?
back to the article, AD, because that's really what I was asking before everybody broke away. So Terrence Ball Crawford said that if it wasn't for him reaching out to Spence and initiating contact, this fight would have never happened. What's your perspective on that, bro?
I say it's all cap. That's just like me calling you and say, "Hey, Manager Money, I'll fight you if you give me $1 million plus dollars." What would you say?
Me personally?
Yeah.
What's your question again?
If I called you and I said, "Manager Money, I'll fight you if you give me $1 million plus," would you answer would you take that call and accept it?
If I was Spencer Crawford.
If you was Crawford called Spence, and just like Spence said in a recent interview, they said they asked Spence, they said is that bet still on with you and Crawford for the $1 million? And Spence said, "No, that bet is not on. That's what I gave him to fight."
Right. I heard that. Yes, I heard that.
Yeah. So Crawford calling begging for money. So that 10,000 that he got is irrelevant because he calling and he asking for money. So TBE talking about 10,000, that's irrelevant because if he had 10 million, if he made 10 million off the David Avenesia fight, and nobody really reported it, there's no way he should be calling and asking Spence, "Hey man, give me more, give me money to fight." But TBE, you gonna be upset. I already know. I could tell how you sound. Once it's gonna be a one-sided ass kicking, you won't be back. I guarantee you'll be talking about somebody else, the next boxer, the next fighter. That's what you're gonna do. That's what a lot of you Crawford fans gonna do.
I talk about a lot of fighters, man. Not just
No. You ain't gonna talk about Crawford no more because there's gonna be no need to talk about Crawford because there's not going to be a rematch. It's going to be a one-sided ass kicking, and we all know that when Spence get done with any of his opponents, they don't come back for about a year or so later.
He sound like a Spence hater.
Yeah, that's what he is.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like TBE, if you are into, boxing analysis and in the sport of boxing, um, just my suggestion, you might want to stay on that side instead of trying to figure out this negotiation process and all these other things. Because I mean, in all honesty, I'll give you this. I'll give you the fact that, Crawford saying if I didn't make the call, this fight wouldn't happen. That whole story sounds like, hey, I'm breaking up with you to go with this other guy. And then you sitting on his couch, which Crawford said in the article, he was sitting on this couch and decided to text his quote unquote ex, which would be Errol Spence, because he realized that the grass wasn't greener on the other side. So I would give him the credit for calling, but bro, you broke it off in the first place. Why would I call you?
Well, all I can tell you guys is that obviously
That's
this is
a
a Spence,
checkmate right there. Give her a
this
clap.
is a obviously this is a Spence panel. So all I'm
You
saying
said,
to you,
whoa,
this
whoa,
is a
whoa, 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 hold, ATBE, hold on.
yeah
You said this is a Spence what?
panel.
No, no, sir. Absolutely not.
Really?
Oh,
Oh, it's
listen,
not.
we all, everybody here. Let me say this, TBE. If you don't know, you know who I am and what I do. You might not know who Rachel is. Rachel is also a boxing manager, professional. Her husband, you already know her husband's Hall of Fame. We ain't got to talk about him. And why, as some sports media, the guy that was asking you questions, he's an expert. He's a journalist. This is what he does. So you might think this is Spence this, Spence that. This is a Spence channel. No, it's just basically we're being logical. We all know the facts, and you're the only one denying them. So it might
Hey,
sound like this is a Spence channel
Rachel,
or panel, but no.
is that Nonita Donaire on the picture?
Yes, that's her husband. Indeed.
Oh, okay. Shout out to you, Nonito. He's a great fighter.
Thank you. I'll let him know.
Yeah, great
And,
fighter.
and I'm a casual, and the rest of these guys are boxing experts. I'm a casual. I am a Earl Spence fan.
Well, I mean, there could be experts. Experts have been wrong before. I've seen it every day. I see every day. Experts are always wrong. They get things wrong. They're not expert. Don't mean
I've
much.
I've
It
never
doesn't
been
mean
a real Spence
it
fan.
doesn't really mean much. You being an expert. A lot of experts, picked Josh Taylor to beat Teofimo. It didn't happen. So I'm not really, when you say experts, what does that mean? That don't really mean much. So
Hey,
I
hey,
guarantee you this.
yo, but TBE, you're accusing people of being Spence fans. I ain't never been a Spence fan ever.
Yeah. See?
Well,
No, and
you guys
the
could
topic
fool me.
is
I mean,
literally the
One
topic
mic. One
literally
mic. One
is
mic.
breaking down.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Rach.
can you hear me?
I
Oh,
was
okay.
saying one mic. Go ahead, Rach. You got it.
So no, the topic, is really just this article. I know we've strayed from it like probably 20 times during this whole 2 hours, but it's taking the words of a fighter and holding him accountable for what he said. And if you go through this article, like you said, it wouldn't have happened because if I didn't call. Well, if you're gonna get the credit, give credit to where it's due. Yes, he did make the call, but it's because what happened prior to that made him have to make the call because no one was going to reach out to him due to what happened last time. And even in this article, he's saying that I'm not going to blame anyone because everyone was blaming me. Well, you already blamed everyone. You did that on your IG live. So it's this back and forth of, trying to cover his tracks in some way to make it sound like, this is because this is all my doing. Well, you're going to take the good, you're going to have to take the bad. Yeah, it was all you're doing to make the phone call, but it was all you're doing that the fight fell through last time. You can't pick and choose one or the other.
well, I'm not blaming anybody.
Hold up, Rachel. Hold on real quick, TBE, because you're gonna be biased. So, Rachel, I gotta put you on the spot. Rachel.
Okay.
In your opinion, and you know the behind the scenes, we've clearly seen you do a hell of a job negotiating as far as getting Nonito fights. You do a fantastic job. I ain't got nothing but love and admiration for you. I gotta ask you though. And I gotta put you on the spot. If Nonito was in this situation, right, and he had a fight where it could be for undisputed, but he went out and cherry picked. Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase the question. He didn't cherry pick. He went out and fought a lesser competition. He didn't fight the champion, but he went out and fought lesser competition, right? With that being your power to negotiate.
To negotiate him fighting lesser competition?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, but I mean that's it. I mean, you know who the fuck I'm married to. I could say one thing, and he's always fought against. Before I was even his manager, he's always fought against his managers and promoters because he wanted to fight the best out of the best. And this is like I would only pick lesser competition if we were in the building stage to build a fighter, someone that's 10-0. We're talking about two of the best boxers right now. So why would you start to pick and choose lesser competition when at this stage in your career we're talking about legacy, we're talking about Hall of Fame records.
Hold up, Rachel. Hold up, Rachel. Real quick, and I just want to be clear on this. I want to be clear.
Yeah.
If it was equal competition, we wouldn't consider it a cherry pick. As fans of the sport, we wouldn't consider that a cherry pick. If you had a better fighter, someone to unify the championship with on the line, and you picked a lower ranked fighter, and we criticized you for saying you didn't want to smoke with the better competition, would we be wrong for that criticism?
No, you wouldn't be wrong because you, like I said, it's about going for the best competition. If you decided to go for a lower competition, you're bound to get smoked by everybody because of the fact that like you're supposed to want to grab for the title. The whole point of this game is prize fighting. That's the whole point, is to get the belts and the money. It's not about freaking fighting lower competition. And if you do fight lower competition, then you have to eat your crow. You have to take it. You're gonna take it on the chin. I mean, like freaking Jason Maloney, when he ducked us, he's getting that crow from ducking us in the WBC ranking. It is what it is.
The only problem with those arguments are the
Last
fact
question, Rachel. Hold on. Last question, Rachel. Last question. If we criticize Nonito for not fighting the best when he had those opportunities, if he had a unification on the line and picked a individual who didn't have a belt, who was at this current moment in time the 6th ranked fighter in the division, right? Would we be hating on you and Nonito if y'all made that move and didn't go for the unification? Would you look at that as us hating on y'all?
No, I would see it as a perspective of the fans that they want to see the best fight the best, not some stepping stone.
the only problem with those narratives that you guys are running right now is the fact that Steven Espinosa, who was involved with the well, let me finish. Who was involved with the negotiation, said that the negotiation between Crawford and Spence never stopped, even during the Avenesian fight. This is what Espinosa said. So I don't know where all this talk is coming from about Crawford trying to fight somebody else and not fight Spence. It's all nonsense.
Well, that's
Espinosa said that
Well, Crawford said he had agreed to everything, though.
Stopped. It never stopped.
Yeah,
So,
because
If you do, wait, TB. I'm not gonna argue with you about what you're thinking he said, but we're basing this off this article that literally says Bud got off of his couch and wasn't doing anything. Hold on, I'm going to find the freaking thing. I wasn't doing nothing. I was chilling at the house and I sent him a text message. So at this point in this article, that says they weren't actively negotiating. So this hasn't been an ongoing negotiation if he was just kicking it and
I
decided
guess
to pick up the phone.
Steven Espinosa was lying then.
No, that's 2 checkmates for you.
Man, stop it, brother.
You twice.
Brother,
Hey,
stop it.
Hey,
You're embarrassing.
you do know that was my energy,
real quick. Let me just say this. I just want to say this. I apologize, Manager Marty, but TB, you're embarrassing yourself right now. You're looking hard. The things that you're telling us, they're not lining up with the facts of what actually happened. They're not lining up. And when you continue to go down this road, I'm just gonna be real. You're embarrassing yourself, brother.
We're gonna have to agree to disagree.
I ain't got nothing but love and respect for you. Nothing but love and respect. But at the end of the day, stop embarrassing yourself.
We got to agree to disagree.
Just go ahead and say. Just go ahead and say. Bud should have never fought David Avenesian. That fight shouldn't have been. That fight should have never been. That fight should have never happened. If you want to tell me because he made money, if you want to go that route, I'm not making no money off of it. You not making no money off of it. if Rachel tell me that well we want to go this route because we had a big bag to make, that's one thing. Because they're in the sport and they making money off of it. When we talking about this current fight,
and
ain't none of us making money off of it, and it wasn't the best fighting the best. David Avanesian had been stopped by individuals that Bud
I
has
don't know why
already
you keep
stopped.
saying that, bro. What difference does it make?
Why are we looking for that fight, brother?
What difference does
We
it
don't
make?
want to
The
see
fight
that
is
fight.
on the
We want to
29th.
see the best fight the best. Stop
The
it,
fight
Cap,
is
brother.
on
Stop it,
on the
Cap.
29th.
Okay, TBE, let me tell you
So what are you guys talking about?
We know the fight is
Because
hold
Bud
on.
got
We know
knocked
the
out
fight
by
is
now.
on.
Okay, hold on, TBE.
Just because we know the fight, just hold on, real quick. I gotta say this. Just because we know the fight is on, that I'm cool with that, and I'm happy that the fight is on. But we still can the happen when I was trying
sound
to
happy.
hold TBE,
You don't sound happy,
respectfully.
bro.
The fight should have happened back in November when I was trying to book tickets, and this is I will tell y'all. Yes, I'm very upset about it because I was trying to be at that fight. If you listen to anything I know, anybody who know me, I was trying to be there. And no, nigga, no, bruh. The fight could have been happened.
Fight could have happened 4 years ago. So what else is new?
Okay, TBE.
You embarrassing.
Hold on, TBE.
You embarrassing yourself, brother.
TBE.
You embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, I'm listening, bro.
TBE. You and y'all Crawford fans, y'all did Bud more harm than y'all helped. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because y'all was running around talking about 10 million. Bud Crawford got that letter from the IRS. Said, hey, buddy, you made 10 million. Bud knew he didn't make 10 million. So that's the reason why Bud had to call on Spence.
How much did he make?
He didn't make 10 million.
How much did he make? If you knew he didn't make 10 million,
1.2 million. 1.2 million, and I emailed Marty the financial report for the fiscal year of BLK Prime, so he could post it up and you could see it. They ain't even getting.
And so now he need $1.5 million to pay those taxes. So he was sitting on the couch reading that IRS letter and decided to text and call Earl Spence to get that $1.5 million from Earl Spence to make the fight. And it's going to be a one-sided ass whooping.
This is my last question. I have one last question.
Hold on. Because you need to be on Bernie the Boxer show.
I have one last question. What are you gonna do? What are you guys gonna do when Crawford knocks Spence out? What are you gonna say?
I got 5 racks on it right now. Line up with Bernie the Boxer right now.
Hold on. No. Real quick. If Bud knock out EJ, guess what I'll sit here and say? I promise this. I will be right back here on Manager Marty panel, on my panel, on any panel that I jump on, and I'll give Bud all the credit in the world. It is what it is. I ain't got no problem with Bud. I think Bud is a hell of a fighter. All I'm saying is that this fight. All I'm saying is that this fight should have happened sooner than this happened, and Bud was the one holding the fight up. He held this shit up, and now all of a sudden, because the fight happening, yes, I'm happy it's happening. But at the same time, we still got to be crucial of individuals holding fights up. And so when we crucial of them and against individuals holding the fights up, y'all got smoke about it. The problem is the smoke that you want to have is all emotional and has no facts related to it. You have no facts related
well, and that's
to
kind
it.
of why I said TBE. That's kind of why I said like maybe you might want to just stay on the boxing analysis side, because as far as this goes, like people will tell you what me and Nonito actually have Bud on this fight. Like, but I can compartmentalize and separate. But okay, TBE, listen. But either way, what Bud does in the ring, it does not reflect what he does outside, and vice versa. These are two separate positions in the boxing field. So just because he's great in the ring does not reflect that what he's done as far as making moves recently is the best options, and that's okay to say. Like it's weird to me to hear people that is like, oh well, what are you gonna do when if Spence gets knocked out? It's still gonna stay the same fact that the one who held up the fight was Crawford. The reason why it didn't go through is because Crawford went to go and fight Avernizian in December. So that's never going to change regardless. And it's okay not to completely take someone 150,000% of this guy is like the glorified God in anything that they do in and outside of boxing just because they're a great champion.
Well, Crawford said he's been calling for this fight since he came to welterweight in 2018. He said.
Lies.
So, it is what it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you, if Spence lose this bout, I'm gonna tell you like this, because I'm like I said, I'm a casual. I will be super hurt. I probably
of course you will.
Hey, you can laugh all you want, but I guarantee you're not a Crawford fan. You just don't hear to cause confusion. So I'm quite sure once Crawford get out the hospital, you will still do your thing. You will still be on here, and you ain't gonna do nothing but look for the next hottest boxer and roll with it. That's all you want to do.
So who you gonna roll with after Spence get knocked out?
That's your opinion. You're not saying.
Yeah, but let's just say he gets knocked out. Who you gonna roll with after that?
Man, TV, the laws of physics don't support Bud knocking Spence out.
Wait, hold up.
Listen.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Listen.
Wait a minute. I just got one question. I got one question.
Earl Spence, and I'm rolling with Tank Davis, and I'm rolling with Deontay Wilder. So I'm still rolling with him, regardless of what, win or lose. I'm gonna still roll with him. I'm not gonna be like you. You ain't gonna do nothing but just go to the next person.
Okay, bro. Whatever, if you say so, you got a right to your opinion.
Yeah, so you got a right to your opinion. You told you gonna knock him out. I doubt it.
Well,
the difference is this. This is the difference. Hold on, baby. This is the difference. The difference is this. If Bud do knock out Spence, at least Spence will be able to go home and kiss his kids and hug his wife and be up under his wife and go to and do whatever he want to do. He's still going to be rich afterwards. If Spence win, Bud won't be out the hospital for a couple of months. He ain't kissing or hugging, nothing.
Yeah, he gonna be kissing and hugging the ER room. But Rachel, you checkmated him 3 times tonight. Salute to you.
All right. Listen now, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, I want to tell you all, sometimes you know, when you get on the Manager Marty's podcast, sometimes you got to sit back and let the panel go ahead and do their thing, because the viewership has increased exponentially every 10 minutes. It's thousands of people watching us, as they always do, and we appreciate everyone's support. I got to get these super chats out because they've been waiting, and they have been contributing and supporting the channel for the last 20 minutes as we all try to convince TBE of the truth. Hold on for 1 second. Everybody on the panel, I want to get your 20 seconds of last words before you go. Let me get these super chats out there. My guy, day one supporter of the channel, as always, Lucky McKinnels. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Lucky says Crawford must have called Spence and asked him do he got that money. We all know that's true, Lucky. Terrence Bud Crawford was backed in the corner. There was nobody else for him to fight. When he did an interview that was published earlier today by Sway Universe, Terrence Bud Crawford was asked if this fight didn't materialize with him and Spence, who would he have fought next? And he said, my mandatory Alexis Rocha. That's what Crawford said. So we all know that was true. Another day one supporter. He's contributed to the channel earlier. My guy, main man, pots and pans, Mr. AMG. Support to you and thank you, Mr. AMG. I don't know if I wish you happy Father's Day, but if I didn't, happy Father's Day to you and Lucky if you are a father. Mr. AMG says TBE lied from the jump. You, talking about me, you asked him if he was a Bud fan, and he said he was a boxing fan. Now he's spending his whole time defending Bud, not boxing and not facts. Salute to you, Mr. AMG. That's the same thing I said. I appreciate your support and your contribution to the channel. My guy, Ari Writer, he's always contributing to the channel, always supporting us. Thank you so much, Ari. He says Bud fans are completely delusional weirdos. That's not Manager Marty's words. Those are the words of Ari Writer. Thank you so much for your contribution and your support. If you are a father, Ari, happy Father's Day to you as well. D Money, thank you for both of your 3 of your contributions to the channel. I'm going to make sure I acknowledge all 3 of them individually. D Money says, ask her, who does she have winning, Bud or Spence? And he's referring to Rachel. He says, who? Then he says, ask her how and why Bud wins and how. Thank you for your support, D Money. Happy Father's Day to you. If you are a father, Mr. AMG, he supported the channel one more time. He said, 5-hour energy in the house. Mr. AMG, I can assure you that is not going to be true tonight. The reason why he's saying that, if you're new to the channel, if you're just watching us live, or if you're watching the replay of the live, there's about 2 or 3 times where I personally, unbeknownst to you all, made sure in my mind that I was going to get off of a live stream in 2 hours, but somehow, some way, the panel was fired, the chat was fired, everything was going very, very well on these 2 or 3 particular evenings. And then for some reason, I looked up and the clock said we were on here for 5 hours. So so Mr. AMG, not tonight, not 5 hours tonight. But yep, it was leading that way though, Ari. So you're right about that. Thanks for your contribution again, Mr. AMG. That was Mr. AMG. And Ari Ryder, thank you for your support and your contribution all over again. Rachel said it best. If Bud knocks out Spence, it won't change the fact that he was the one sabotaging the fight initially. LOL, it could all be so simple. Thanks to everyone who has contributed to the channel, not just in the last few minutes, but all night long. You have all been very helpful with your support. And of course, as you know, that your contributions that you donate, whether it be through Cash App, whether it be through Super Chat, whether it be through Super Thanks, will improve and increase the audio and visual quality of the channel, and of course allow me the opportunity to continue to produce quality content, which it does require a lot of time to do so. So I thank each and every one of you. I want to say happy Father's Day to everyone watching us live, everyone on the panel who are fathers, everyone in the chat. The chat has been doing a tremendous job keeping it on fire. I had about 3 or 4 people that was in the background in the green room trying to get on the panel. And I do apologize to all of you guys who wanted to jump on the panel. I see you in the background. I wasn't ignoring you, but the time is just constantly eluding us. And I promise you, if you come back to the next live segment, all the guys that were not able to come on the panel, as I always keep my word, I promise I'll let you guys on the panel, irregardless of the topic that we're going to talk about. Let me get this last super chat that just came in. Amir Prescott, thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Amir says, when Spence stops Crawford, Crawford fans will just say Spence was the bigger guy and the natural welterweight. Shout out to Manager Marty. Salute to you, Amir. Thank you for your contribution. Happy Father's Day to you if you are a father as well. This is what I'm going to need the panel to do so that all of us can break without any more lingering with the time. I know I've held the chat. I've held live viewers. Let me tell you something. When I turn this off, you know, it might say that 200 and some people are watching on your end when you're looking at the viewership, but I can promise you that thousands of people were watching this live stream tonight, as they always do. So I want to say thank you to everyone who viewed. All of you are welcome. If you're new to the channel, feel free to subscribe to the channel, and you'll get content like this. It's usually not like this every single podcast where we have 5 or 6 people on. But most of the people like Rachel, Dub, Right Side, Detail, Boxing, YSM Sports Media, they are like family to me. So anytime I see them jump on, in the green room. They gonna come on. And my man Big Dose 513, he's actually in the chat. Salute to Big Dose. Hey, Big Dose, I didn't forget about you. Big Dose, I want to say this real quick before we go. Big Dose, he made this fire instrumental beat for me, personally for me. He sent it to me in an email. I haven't even gotten the chance to really, go in the recording studio and drop some bars on it. But Dose, I'm telling you, I'm gonna drop some bars on it, and then I'm gonna make it the intro. So y'all hear about that real soon. I want to say this announcement real quick also while I have the opportunity to. Merchandise will be on the way. So all of the little quotes that I have, roll the tape. Y'all know all my sayings. I don't have to repeat them. So we're going to put all of that stuff on merchandise and make it available for all the roller tape film crew members. We got my guy, another day one supporter. Got to get him before we roll. My main man, Pots and Pans, Matthew Thomas. Happy Father's Day to you, Matt. If you are a man, if you are a father. Matthew says, Manager Marty, great show. I've been reaching out to you. I need your input. Let the teachers teach. Salute to you, Matt. Reach out to me and email me, Matt. If you did, I probably didn't get it. But, send me an email, Matt. I got you. Whatever input you need me to do, I got you, bro. Did I miss anybody else? No, I did not. So this is what I need everybody on the panel to do, right? 20 seconds. Give us your last words. 20 seconds if you can. TBE, I'm going to let you go first. Then we're going to work our way across the panel, up top in the corner, and then I will end it last. TBE, give us 20 seconds. What's your last words, bro?
You people need to stop rewriting history. Crawford been calling for this fight since 2018. Now you want to say that he just because he took a fight, in between that he didn't want to fight, that he was trying to get away from the fight. I mean, it's all cap. At the end of the day, he's been chasing Spence for years. He finally caught up to him, and we're gonna see, what it's gonna be on the 29th. And Spence is a great fighter. Crawford is a great fighter, but it just so happens that I believe that Crawford is a better boxer than Spence, and he's gonna prevail. And as simple as that. If it was Mayweather fighting Spence, I would say the same thing. So it is what it is.
No problem. Thank you for joining the live stream, TBE. Appreciate your support, your viewership, and even you jumping on the panel. Salute to you. Have a good evening, sir.
Thank you. Same to everybody on the panel, by the way. Even though you're all Spence fans, hey, it's all good.
My man.
Much love to you, TBE. Much love,
man,
brother.
TBE.
Much love.
My man.
Marty,
all
can
right,
I go
AD.
next?
Okay.
What was that, Rach?
Can I go next?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Rach. 20 seconds is on you.
Okay, just want to thank everyone on the panel. Always great conversations. Thank you, Manager Marty, for holding this space for all of us to talk. And to all the fathers out there, happy Father's Day to all the fathers in your life. We're out of here. We're out of the Philippines. We're heading back to the States. So I can't wait to be able to chop it up with you guys way more than I have been while I've been here. Until then, you guys be safe and bless up. See y'all later.
Hey, love you, right? To miss you, man. Miss you.
I'll be back.
Yeah, happy Parents' Day.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Awesome. Always a pleasure, Rach. Tell Nonito I said hello as well. Salute.
Will do.
All right, you got it. AD, it's on you. 20 seconds, bro. What you got for us?
I just want to say salute to you, the right side, King Asian.
My brother.
Yep, I don't have much to say, man. My man, he just I don't know. I think he's just on here to cause confusion, and he's not a Terrence. I don't know if he's a Crawford fan or just a boxer fan. I don't know what he is, but hopefully, I'm hoping and praying that my boy Earl Spence, everything that he said he was gonna do, he did it. So I'm looking at a one-sided ass kicking, like he said, and that's that. But salute, Manager Money. Salute to the panel. And I see you in the next one. Peace.
You got it. Thanks. Always a pleasure, AD.
Much love, AD. Much love, my brother.
Much love.
King Asia, I know your name is not Asia. You told me that was your ex-girlfriend's name or your ex-wife's name, so I don't want to keep calling you
No,
Asia.
not wife. I never been married.
Oh, your
But
ex-girlfriend.
we're
All right.
still cool. We're really not exes. Just we're not in the same situation once upon a time. That's why I just said
Understood.
that.
Understood. So I won't call you a woman's name. I'll just say King. So
Right.
King, because it's you already told us about the woman's name that's on the screen. That's not your name. So King, 20 seconds. Give us your last words, man.
Well, first of all, salute to you. Thank you for allowing me to share your space on your panel. Great show. My assessment, that you proved the point with the Crawford stands, fans, supporters. It just be so delusional. It's simple. If the stop sign is a red stop sign, it's a red stop sign. Well, it could be when the sun reflect on it, but when the snow is on, that shit. I don't mean to be cursing on your thing, but
That's all
man,
right,
it
bro.
it
Go ahead.
it, it just be irritating, and you proved it. You did it so eloquently too. Like, watch this, y'all. And he showed his true colors and all that. But this is not Bud bashing. I just don't see him beating Spence. It's just one the Bud delusionals or the Bud buddies. They come and they make it worse than what it really is. It's gonna be a one-sided ass whooping. And next time you come on, if you allow me on again, I will break that down. A talking point that I haven't heard a lot of the experts and analysts say yet, but you will hear it here first, and I grant you that when next time I'm allowed to be on your panel. But salute to you. Happy Parents Day to everyone. Yes, Father's Day, but I say parents because there are sometimes mothers do father's role and vice versa. I'm a single father, 5 daughters, and I have to play both roles. So that's why I say Happy Parents Day to all. Peace and blessings to everyone. Thank you.
All right. Peace and blessings to you too. Thank you for joining the panel. Appreciate it. Doug, over and over again, you see I try to talk sense to some Bud Crawford fans, and they just won't listen. They gonna still try to gaslight me, confuse, project, cat, play games with us. But I think we made a point tonight, and the viewership loved every minute of it. 20 seconds, Doug. Give us your last words, my brother.
Keep it short, man. Marty, man, you're doing your thing. I appreciate everything you're doing over here. And I appreciate you always allowing me to come over and rock. You know what I'm saying? Right, wrong, and indifferent. You show me love, and I really appreciate it. Shout out to everybody in the chat. And man, we're going to do it again. It's going to be a good fight. And I can't wait for it. And when EJ starts stepping like he going to step, it's gonna be a lot of people who are gonna change their minds. But hey, we gotta wait for it to happen. And man, you're doing your thing. Shout out to you, Manager Marty, man. Much love and respect. Thank you for always allowing me to rock with you, and nothing but love, my brother. Nothing but love.
Oh man, the feeling is mutual, my brother. Nothing but love and respect for you. Thank you. Um, Listen, y'all, we almost at that 4 hour mark, and I'm still like, oh man. But you know what's great about it? I'm sure one person learned something about the sport of boxing, the business of boxing. If you're watching a replay of this live, of course, you're going to have 4 hours of live quality content. I appreciate your viewership, and I welcome each and every last one of you to the next stream. I will keep you posted on when that next stream is going to happen. I know I usually come on Tuesday evenings and Friday evenings, but my schedule is conflicting with that. But I will make sure that I will go live, but I will make sure probably in the next few days, I will give you an updated schedule of when I'm going to go live again. You can always watch the replay of it, but it's nothing like a live stream. All of the content creators who came out in the chat that supported the live stream, I want to say salute to you. I appreciate you all. Everyone who donated to the channel tonight, salute to y'all. Welcome to anyone who's joining us live for the first time. I know at least one person, I'm not going to say her name, but one person did let me know that this was her first time just watching and viewing the show. So salute to you, Queen. I appreciate your support and just viewing tonight. And the show is always different. So you might get us like this tonight with a bunch of people on the panel. Usually I cover it by myself. Sometimes it's more controversial, but you get a little bit of everything because there's two E's that I strive to make sure that I present to every last one of you, and that is education and entertainment. Salute to all the members of the channel. Thank you for everybody in the chat that was constantly engaging. We had thousands of people viewing this live and even more thousands that were participating in the chat. Much love and respect for you all. Happy Father's Day again to any father that has watched us live or watched the replay of this live. Look forward to seeing you all again. And remember, I always give a spiritual principle in each show. So the spiritual principle today, which I said it earlier, you can take it with you, put it in your pocket, put it in your purse, and walk around with it all weekend. Open rebuke is better than secret love. So y'all take that with y'all till next time. Y'all already know what this is, and you know, look out for published content throughout the next few days, as we always do. Appreciate your viewership and your support, and I look forward to seeing you live and live in color on another episode of Roll the Tape Podcast with Manager Marty. Salute. God bless you all. Good night.